Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will call to order this evening's City Council meeting for November 4th, 2024. Before we begin this evening's City Council meeting, we have a need for a meeting of the Arvada Housing Advisory Committee, Housing Authority, and so I will go ahead and open the Housing Authority meeting. Ms. Rush, if you will do the roll call. Here.
Vice Chair Mormon.
Here.
Commissioner Ambrose.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Foray.
Here.
Commissioner Pfeiffer.
Here.
Commissioner Marriott.
Here.
Thank you very much. I will now open the meetings from the last regular meeting, which occurred on July 1st, 2024. Are there any additions or corrections to the record? Seeing none, those stand approved. I will now open public comment for the Housing Authority portion of this evening's agenda. To be note, this is specifically on items related to the Housing Authority. So with that, is there anyone this evening who would like to give public comment on the Housing Authority? Seeing none, I will go ahead. Ms. Rush, do we have any on Zoom? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion and open us up for new business. We have two items for this evening's agenda, R-HA-24-04, a resolution authorizing the Arvada Housing Authority to enter into a housing assistance payments contract for the Marshall Point Affordable Housing Development. Ms. Espinoza, I believe, has this item. Welcome, Ms. Espinoza.
Thank you, Chairperson Simpson. Good evening, Commissioners. This first resolution is regarding the Marshall Point Apartments development. This project, it will be located at 5190 Marshall Street, and it will provide 260 units of affordable housing. The Arvada Housing Authority committed 8 Housing Choice project-based vouchers to the project. The commitment to project-based vouchers at Marshall Point is the same commitment the authority made to other recent affordable housing projects such as Vance Street Flats, Ralston Gardens, and Cornerstone Legacy Senior Apartments. The benefit of offering project-based vouchers is that they allow for a higher and more stable revenue source for the owner. The benefit to the Housing Authority is that the unit is secured for extremely low-income households with income at 30% or less area median income for a minimum of 15 years. The developer, Lincoln Avenue Communities, has executed an MOU with Family Tree, a nonprofit serving households experiencing housing insecurity, domestic violence, and/or child abuse. Family Tree will offer supportive services to the households living in the project-based units at Marshall Point Apartments to ensure that they have the support necessary to be successful and maintain their housing. Funding for the 8 project-based vouchers is included in the authority's Housing Choice Voucher Program budget. Lincoln Avenue Communities was awarded low-income housing tax credits and private activity bonds to finance the project and is scheduled to close on its construction loan in December 2024 or January 2025. The agreement to enter into a Housing Assistance Payments Contract, or AHAP, is a required document for the closing and must be executed before the closing date. The housing team believes that this project aligns with the priorities identified in the Arvada Strategic Plan and the Arvada Housing Strategic Plan, and recommends approval of this resolution.
Thank you. I will open it to, is anyone in public comment who would like to provide public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will open it to council questions or action. Councilmember Foray.
I can make the motion.
I see no other lights, please.
All right, I move that R-HA-24-04, a resolution authorizing the Arvada Housing Authority to enter into a housing assistance payment contract for the Marshall Point Affordable Housing Development be approved.
All right, all of council will cast their votes. Council members Mormon and Davis, for some reason your votes did not register. This is, okay, I see you. It's, you know what? Let's see if it's a glitch on the screen. And you know what? How about we do a quick voice vote just to verify, and then I will show. Oh, now they've come up. Interesting. Okay. Well, with that, all votes are cast.
All right.
All right, and that passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Next, I will open the hearing for R-H HA-24-05, a resolution authorizing a subordination agreement between the Arvada Housing Authority and the State of Colorado for loans to Legacy Arvada Partners, LP, for the Legacy Senior Residences development, and authorizing the first agreement to the deed of trust, promissory note, and loan agreement recognizing the State of Colorado's senior encumbrance. Ms. Espinoza, you also have this item.
Thank you. Legacy Senior Residences is a tax credit-approved affordable housing development that will provide 72 units of affordable senior housing located at 5353 West 63rd Avenue in Arvada. The Arvada Housing Authority committed to become a special limited partner for the purposes of providing a property and sales tax exemption, providing 8 housing choice vouchers to the site to serve households at 30% area median income, as well as an $840,000 loan. The Arvada Housing Authority Board approved these commitments during a special meeting of the Arvada Housing Authority on December 18, 2023. Since the execution of those documents last December, Legacy Arvada Partners, LP, the owner of this project, has been approved for a loan from the State of Colorado Division of Housing in the amount of $1.8 million. In order to secure the loan, the State of Colorado requests that the Arvada Housing Authority agree to subordinate its $840,000 loan to the state. The resolution before you tonight would approve a subordination agreement between the Arvada Housing Authority and the State of Colorado. The housing team recommends approval of this agreement. And Bobby Joe Lucas, president of our Legacy Arvada Partners, is attending virtually if there are any questions regarding this resolution.
Thank you. Does anyone in chambers this evening like to give comment on this item? Seeing none, I will move us on. I will open it to council questions or action. Councilmember Marriott.
I have a couple questions. So on the item report here, it says this will provide 72, I think, units of subsidized housing, but on the bottom of it, it says Legacy Senior Apartments will provide 260 units of much-needed affordable housing. Which
My
is
apologies.
it?
72.
72.
Apologies.
Okay. Is 72 the whole project?
Yes.
Okay, so all of it is here. Let me ask you a couple questions. So what's the value of the SLP that we entered into? What's their benefit from us being a special limited partner?
As far as a tax credit, or I'm sorry, property tax exemption and sales tax? Or,
Yeah, just put a dollar value on it. What's that worth?
I asked Bobby Joe to prepare those amounts for you.
Okay.
Bobby Joe, are you in attendance?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone, or I guess it's evening, sorry about that. All council persons, Bobby Lucas with Cornerstone Associates out of Omaha, Nebraska. We are the owner and developer of the Legacy Senior Residences on West 63rd in Arvada. And with regard to the question you asked on the dollar value for the SLP and the benefit that this brings to the Legacy, is we have estimated taxes on the proposed 72-unit project would run roughly $165,000 on an annual basis. And as we're recognizing that this is at a minimum a 15-year project, and I'm uncertain because every year your mill levy and everything changes up and down just by a little bit, the cap rates do that. $165,000 over a period of 15 years, I mean, that equates to, I apologize, I should have, hold on here. That equates to, let's see here, 55, about $2,475,000 in real estate taxes that the project will not be paying. And the reason that this is of such importance is because we are catering to residents at the 50% and 60% of the area median income levels for Arvada. And with that type of tenants, unfortunately, we aren't achieving the market rate rents that are available for traditional walk-up market type housing. And so with the reduced income, being burdened with an additional $165,000 on an annual basis would make it so that this project would not be able to offer the reduced rents. So definitely it is to the advantage of the project and for the city of Arvada and the residents to participate simply because of the fact that the project would not be viable. And the difference too is the fact that this is only a 72-unit project. And so when you're having rents for seniors, which is primarily 1 and 2 bedrooms, we are not getting the operating income that a larger family project may generate. And what I mean by that is because some of those projects would have 2, 3, and potentially 4-bedroom units. And the difference in the rents are significant. Again, we're trying to cater to the senior population, and with the 1 and 2 bedroom homes at 50% of the area median income. And I'd like to point out that the rents that we are offering also include utilities paid, where the resident would only have to make 1 payment rather than payment for rent in addition to utilities. And then the benefit for us in the project as well is being able to partner with the Housing Authority to, as Carrie mentioned, we were fortunate enough to receive 8 HAP vouchers as well, 4 for the 1-bedroom units, targeting residents at 30% of the area median income, and 4 for 2-bedroom units, targeting residents at the 30% area median income. So in addition to the low income targeting, we also are fortunate enough to be exempt from sales tax on hard materials. And so we estimate on a project, a good rule of thumb is approximately 40% of hard materials is subject to sales tax. And so when we're looking at a project of this size, it's about $33,400,000 is the budget for this particular project. And of hard materials, we're looking at about $17,700,000 for what we're just saying hard costs. We're estimating somewhere around the $400,000 to $500,000 range is what the project will also save with regard to not being exempt from the sales tax. Sorry, I know I was long-winded on there, but I wanted to give a little bit of detail and insight on the project itself. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you for that answer. I was about to ask you about the sales tax part of the SLP. So let me ask you another question. Where is the subsidy for this project coming from outside of the property tax avoidance and the sales tax?
I'm going to have to ask, can you please explain to me so that I answer it correctly? When you're requesting information on a subsidy, I'm not quite certain because the project does not have any subsidies. The only thing that the project has is the 8 project-based vouchers. Otherwise, the rest of those are loans or a grant to the particular project.
Okay. Did you receive any LIHTC financing
Yeah.
or LIHTC credit? So that's what I'm asking about.
Okay, absolutely. Sure, we received federal tax credits. Merchant Capital provided us the equity for the federal tax credits. In addition, this also received Colorado state tax credits. And then on top of that, the city of Arvada participated on the project and offered an $840,000 loan. That is a must-pay loan through the period of the project. And then the DOH, Department of Housing, is the subordination agreement, which is in front of you at the present time. And we were fortunate enough to be granted $1,800,000 in DOH funds as well.
Okay, so let me go back to the LIHTC credits that you received. Tell us just in detail how much you received and then how much they were negotiated for.
Sure. These are 4% credits, and on the 4% side, we received in credits $1,183,901 credits, of which these are annual credits over a period of 10 years. And we sold those at 86 cents on the dollar, and the investor was Merchant Capital. In addition to the 4% credits, we received state credits, $1 million in state credits. Those were sold at 75 cents on the dollar. And then we also participated and sold 45L energy credits for this particular project. We have them indicated, you get a certain amount of credits for each unit, and so we received 360,000 in energy credits. Those are sold at the same price as the federal credits, of which those were 86 cents on the dollar.
Okay. So do you have a total number, just in, if you total those all up, of, you know, what was the value of those credits and then what was the yield? You know, what did you actually get in money for them?
Sure. So if I were to total the federal alone, we received $10,077,706. On the 45L, the energy credits, we received $309,600. And on the state tax credits, we received $4,601,356. And if I were to sum all of those together, we received in whole $14,988,662 by way of receiving tax credits that have been issued through CHAPA, Colorado Housing Finance Agency, and then sold to the respective investors.
Okay. And then who will own the equity in this project then, from starting at day one or starting once it's built?
Well, this will be a combination of Merchants Capital, which will own 99.98%, Monarch Capital, who purchased these state tax credits, will own 1%, and then combination between the Arvada Housing Authority and us will be the remaining 1%.
Okay. And when you say us, you're talking about your company?
Our company, I apologize, yes, Cornerstone Housing Group, yes.
Okay, got it. Last thing, so what we're being asked to do here is to subordinate our interest, looks like to the end of the row here. Do you have anything that lets us know that that's a good financial move for the Arvada citizens? You know, what's the ability to pay on this loan? You know, what will be looks like the loan to value ratio might be, I don't know, 70% or something like that. Where's the security in us being at the end of the line?
Well, I don't know that I would indicate that it'd be at the end of the line. I understand in succession with regard to the subordination agreement, simply because DOH needs to be listed. However, the difference between the DOH loan and the $840,000 received from the city of Arvada is the city of Arvada is a must pay. So they will be receiving a payment on an annual basis, where the repayment on the DOH loan is simply 50% of cash flow at the end of every year. So what we've calculated, and I believe Kylie Justice has provided, is, hold on a minute, sorry. That's what happens when you have meetings at home, is that we have an amortization schedule that shows within 16 years that the city of Arvada loan will be paid off.
Right. I saw that. I guess I'm talking about in the case of a default, it's the city of Arvada would be at the back of the line. Am I correct?
With regard to, yes, if something were to happen, okay. Yes. But we also have the caveats that the Cornerstone Housing Group, as well as the principals, are providing guarantees on these loans. So that's something as well with regard to operating deficits. We aren't guaranteeing the loan itself. We're guaranteeing any operating deficits that the project has. The loan was not granted to us as the developer. The loan was granted and awarded to the project itself. So we have 15-year operating deficits guarantee. So that's where if something were to go south, you have the ability to call on that guarantee.
Okay. Last thing, and I'll let you go. Thank you so much for being available to answer this stuff. You say you're going to operate at a deficit for 15 years. Is that correct? An operating deficit. Operating deficit.
Yeah, no, what that means is if the project is not able to support its own expenses on an annual basis based on the income received, then we as the general partner and the owner are required to cover any operating deficits on an annual basis.
Okay, I understand that. So the one thing that's missing from this packet is anything that shows kind of a pro forma about what your projected rents are, your projected expenses, your projected repayment, and all that. And I guess what I'm looking for is some evidence, something that says that the Arvada taxpayers will get their money paid back.
Sure, and I apologize, and I will apologize to Carrie on this as well. I thought that we had said that because all of our closing numbers, which are in the partnership agreement, are the same projections that we'd be happy to send out for everyone's review.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, those are codified in the partnership agreement, and there is a financial projection and a forecast that we have executed and committed to within our partnership agreement.
Commissioner Mario, I'm happy to provide that to you if you'd like to see the performance.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Marriott, are you good with your questions? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Foray.
Sure, I'll make the motion.
Absolutely.
All right, I move that R-HA-24-05, a resolution authorizing a subordination agreement between the Arvada Housing Authority and the State of Colorado for loans to Legacy Arvada Partners, LP, for the Legacy Senior Residence Development, and authorizing the First Amendment to the Deed of Trust, Promissory Note, and Loan Agreement recognizing the State of Colorado senior incumbents to be approved.
Thank you. Councilmember Marriott, you wish to speak to your vote?
I do. Before I vote, I want to just indicate that I'll be voting no here. I appreciate all the work that goes into this and the difficulty it is to put these together. And this may very well be a good deal. I just don't have any way of evaluating this. In my own personal life, I have made mortgages before, and I've actually subordinated mortgages before. And I realize this is completely different, being that this is public and not the free market. But the Arvada taxpayers are providing $3 million worth of subsidy to this over the course of 15 years already, and to then in addition be put into any kind of a risky position with their capital, to me, I can't do. Now, this may or may not be a risky position. I appreciate I can get that information, and I would love to see it because I would like to see it, but I have only what I have in front of me tonight, which is not sufficient for me to determine how risky this is for the Arvada taxpayers. So I'll be voting no on that basis. I do wish you guys well with this project. I hope it all works out. I don't believe I'm going to sway the council to vote against this subordination, so I understand that it's probably going to happen, but my hope would be that as we see these in the future, that we get provided with what it takes for us to decide, if this were our money, would you do this? And, to me, again, I understand this is different because it's public financing, but I know in my own life I would not do this and take on extra risk for nothing. And I certainly wouldn't take on an inordinate amount of risk, and without more information, I have no idea how much risk there is here. So that's why I will be voting no.
Thank you. Councilmember Pfeiffer, you also have a comment.
Yeah, I actually will be supporting it because all the data that Mr. Marriott was looking for is in Exhibit A of the contract. So it has plenty of data. It shows the performa and the payback loans and the interest rates and everything else. So I'm going to go ahead. It's all in the package. No need to send it to us because it was provided to the public and ourselves in Exhibit A of the contract. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, all votes are cast. That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Marriott being a no vote. Thank you very much. Commissioner Marriott being a no vote. All right, with that, we have no further business for the Arvada Housing Authority agenda, so I will close this. Ms. Espinoza, thank you very much again for your time. All right, and with that, I will call to order the Arvada City Council meeting for this evening, and I will call upon Councilmember Foray for the pledge and moment of silence.
Thank you. Please join me in a moment of silence. And now the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Quickly, we have only had 2 forms for public comment turned in this evening. If you wish to speak and you have your form, please give it in to Ms. Rush, or you have them now? Okay. Okay, perfect. And then with that, Ms. Rush, if you'll do the roll call. Here.
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 Here. Here.
Here.
Here.
All right, thank you very much. We have the approval of the minutes for October 21st, 2024. Are there any corrections or additions to the record? Seeing none, those stand approved. And next, I will move into recognitions and communications. This evening, we have a very special one, so I am actually glad we have a crowd in the audience this evening. Tonight, I will actually be doing the proclamation for Native American Heritage Month. I would like to invite our honored guests from the Arapaho and Cheyenne tribes to the podium as well, so that to receive this amazing proclamation. So, whereas Native American Heritage Month is time to recognize and honor the rich cultural heritage and contributions of Native Americans across the country. Whereas the City of Arvada acknowledges the original stewards of this land, which included the Cheyenne, Arapaho, Ute, and Lakota nations, who thrived in Colorado long before the establishment of modern communities. Whereas the land that we now call Arvada hosts historical significance as part of the ancestral territories of the Cheyenne, Arapaho, Ute, and Lakota people, whose traditions, values, and deep connection to nature continue to inspire us today. Whereas Native Americans have profoundly shaped our region's history through art, music, environmental stewardship, and agricultural practices. And whereas we encourage all residents to celebrate and learn about the diverse cultures and histories of Native Americans, particularly those whose roots are tied to this land, throughout the month of November and beyond, we will commit to fostering ongoing relationships with Native American communities while supporting initiatives that preserve their heritage and honor their traditions. And whereas the City of Arvada expresses its deep gratitude for the opportunity to collaborate with the leaders of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes in recognizing and celebrating this important month. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed by myself, the mayor, and the City Council of the City of Arvada that November 2024 be designated as Native American Heritage Month and encourages all community members to reflect upon the lasting contributions of Native Americans to our city, our state, and our nation, dated this 4th day of November 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Simpson and City Council, as well as all the residents of Arvada. It's nice to see such a packed house tonight. I'm sure I'm not the sole purpose you're here, but I just want to say, you know, way before the discovery of gold and mining happened in this area, there was humans, there were people, there were tribes, there was the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes, and this was our ancestral homeland at one time. So we're proud of it. We always feel that Colorado is our home, just as many of you do, and we like to see Colorado thrive and great things happen. As we can partner and gather and come together, good things happen. Not only good things, but great things occur. So just as you're here tonight to help make improvements for your area and your families, you know, that's kind of why we're here. We do appreciate the proclamation. It was a great idea, and it goes a long way, and I'm sure a lot of us will be proud, and as the governor of the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes, I appreciate all that you've done, and I appreciate the people, and good luck with everything, and happy holidays, and everybody have a happy new year. So thank you. I hope.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor Wessany. And now I would like to invite up our friends for an honor song. Thank you. And quickly, I will invite our friends down, and I'd like to invite the entire council to come down for a group photo. Sounds good? Thank you so much. Our partnership with the Cheyenne and Arapaho began last year with the opening of Little Raven Park. They help us sort of inaugurate, christen the park, and since then they have provided cultural intelligence and knowledge sharing for us as we've gone to design additional parks and lands throughout the city. So we look forward to a really wonderful continued partnership with them. Thank you very much. All right. Next this evening, we have another really fun item. We have the presentation of the checks from the Arvada Vitality Alliance based off of the recent Arvada PD versus Arvada Fire charity softball tournament. Welcome Mr. Bob Dyer and Mr. Jerry Marks, former council members both, who are now part of the Arvada Vitality Alliance. Mr. Dyer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members, for giving us this time. The Arvada Vitality Alliance is a local nonprofit founded in 2013 for the betterment of Arvada, and so we work on a lot of different projects. And in particular, on October 13th, we held our inaugural charity softball event at Youth Memorial Park on Elkhire. Earlier this year, Jerry Marks suggested to our board that we do this event, and I thought, I don't know if that's going to work out very well. Well, it turned out to be a lot more successful than I ever imagined. We ended up with over 36 sponsors. We had 9 teams at this event. City of Arvada was well represented. We had teams from water, sewer, streets, and parks. Arvada Parks and Rec was also there with a very competitive team. And of course, we had the Arvada Police Department versus the Arvada Fire Department as our primary event. But with that many teams, we had a tournament-style event with what we called the undercard teams. For instance, we had the Arvada Water Hawks versus the Arvada Sewer Stallions. And honestly, I can't remember who won, but it was a lot of fun. And they had their own jerseys and everything. It was pretty awesome. The Arvada Parks versus Apex Parks was very competitive, as you can imagine. So we enjoyed that. And the thing that was really exciting about this was that there were so many participants, both from the police department and the fire department, they each had 2 teams. So we had the second team for each of them compete in that undercard tournament, and Arvada Police Department second team were the victors of that, and they have their own little trophy. Here comes the chief, Ed Brady. In addition, well, we don't be wandering off yet, Ed, because the main event was Arvada Police versus Arvada Fire. It was very competitive, right down to the last inning. Arvada Fire did prevail 15-12. This was slow pitch softball. It wasn't, I don't know, Broncos versus the Rockies or something, but it 15-12. But in the last inning, bottom of the inning, the police department had the bases loaded with 2 outs. Unfortunately, they didn't get any more runs across. So fire department won. Now, in addition to the bragging rights that the fire department has, they also are going to receive this trophy. One of the game balls is actually in the little MIT. Now, there are actually 12 name tags available, so we intend to continue this event for a long time and hopefully expand it even further. It was very successful. We did raise $10,000, which we will be using for community funding of various projects, in particular our high school initiative project. But we also want to honor the participants. So we have $1,000 for the non-winning team. So if the chief would come forward. Sorry, Chief. And actually, he's on our board too, so. Okay, well, we do have, he decided that he'd like to split up the $1,000. So we have $500 for the Arvada Police Foundation, which is a new foundation that has just been founded, and $500 for Ralston House. So, Chief, congratulations. Okay. Well, I see the fire department is ready to come forward. Come on forward. And they were quite, well, this was very competitive. I really wasn't sure how this was going to work out, but we had a lot of people, and there was a lot of yelling. And it's nice to hear adults yelling at each other, and they're cheering, actually, at an event between the fire department and the police department. And the fire department has selected Family Tree. Now, do we have someone from Family Tree here as well? Come on down. Because Family Tree is going to be the recipient of $2,000 from this event. The Family Tree, for those that don't know, have been very involved in Arvada for a very long time and do a lot of incredible work for the community. So we're very happy. I'm going to present this to the chief so that he can present it to Family Tree. And Chief, if you'd like to say anything more, this is your big time because next year the PD will probably be bringing in some ringers.
Please, Chief Locke.
I'd just like to thank Jerry and both Bobs and Julia for setting this up and making it such a success. Thank Chief Brady for helping as well. And most of all, thank Denny for taking care of all the hard work for me. And thank y'all for participating as well.
Okay, well, now that he brought that up, okay, we might mention that this is Denny Stark, for those who have some good memories. He was, well, a professional pitcher with the Rockies and the Mariners, as I recall. So they might have had a little ringer of their own, but and I would like to introduce three people well, Jerry's already here, so we have on our board here tonight Erica O'Hara, who co-founded AVA with me, and Mary Jo Giddings, if you'll stand, please. If anybody's been around Arvada for a while, they know Mary Jo because she is a volunteer for everything. And then we have Julia Walker, who is our new executive director for AVA. If she'll stand up. So. And stay tuned and take a look at our website. We'll be having some more things coming up very soon. That's arvadavitality.org. And thank you for your time tonight.
All right. Thank you very much. And congratulations to all the players. It was a really, really fun day out there. All right. Next we have, oh, go ahead and do the photo. All right. Next on the agenda, we have public comment for issues not scheduled on the agenda. So this is going to be public comment for anything that will not be having a hearing this evening. So I'm going to go ahead and open that up. As a quick reminder for public comment, we invite you to keep all of your comments directed towards the City Council. Please do not try to address your other your other members of the audience or anyone who may be at home. And yeah, and otherwise, we will start with Judy Sedestine. Welcome, Ms. Sedestine, and I'll ask you to share your name and address for the public record.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Judy Sedestine. I reside at 6116 Vrain Street in Arlington Meadows. I have my T-shirt on. Thank you for this opportunity. We have a suggestion regarding the ECA building. This has been a big issue for us. I'm here to propose a solution that would benefit not only those in need, but also the community at large.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry. Could you bring the microphone down?
Sure.
Apologies. Thank you very much.
Sure, you bet. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm here to propose a solution that would benefit not only those in need, but also the community at large, selling the ECA building and reinvesting the funds into existing effective programs for low-income and homeless families. Arvada has already invested over $6.3 million in purchasing this building and $2.75 million on the Marshall Street property, a total of $9.05 million, with additional costs looming for renovation, upkeep, and annual maintenance. Instead of dedicating resources to a redundant shelter, we could make a more impactful choice by directing those funds towards the programs that are already doing critical work to prevent homelessness with our Arvadans. Arvada has over 80 programs available specifically for low-income and homeless residents, with more than 300 additional programs accessible to Adams and Jefferson County residents. These existing initiatives cover a range of support services, from rental assistance, foreclosure prevention, utility aid, like the Low-Income Energy Assistance Program, LEAP. Imagine what we could accomplish if we allocated additional funding to strengthen these services, especially those that offer immediate help to keep people in their homes. Organizations like Family Tree are already making a difference, assisting with housing, counseling, financial stability to prevent homelessness. Rather than stretching resources to create a new program that duplicates these services, we could bolster Family Tree's outreach and impact, making a difference for more families in crisis. The programs we support with these funds could prevent evictions, provide emergency rental aid, and deliver utility assistance, helping families maintain safe and stable housing now instead of doing the bare minimum once they're already homeless. Arvada needs to improve communication about these services and strengthen partnerships with local police departments, libraries, call centers, and strengthen its online communications to ensure these resources are accessible. A 45,000 square foot building is unnecessary for this purpose. Let's be proactive by investing in the programs that directly address the needs of our residents. We're not only using our funds wisely, we're prioritizing effective, sustainable solutions that uplift families today. I urge the council to consider selling the ECA building and using those funds where they can make an immediate and meaningful impact. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Suttestein. Oh, I apologize. No applause whether you agree, no booing if you disagree. We try to just keep it nice and neutral. Thank you very much. All right, next we have Ms. Jetty Krantz. Welcome, Ms. Krantz.
Good evening. My name is Jetty Krantz. I live at 5030 West 60th Avenue, Arvada, Colorado 80003. I am on 60th Avenue across from the ECA building. I'm here to speak on behalf of many Arvada residents that request transparency regarding the latest community survey, which was supposed to close on Thursday, October 31st. As of today at 5:46 p.m., the survey was still live. Your research company, Probowski Research, should have end dated this survey when they created it. You need to ask them why they didn't do something so basic. If I can do it on SurveyMonkey, they should be able to do it on their end. The fact they didn't do this calls into question their processes, procedures, and calling those into question could lead to questions regarding the validity of the data they've even collected. We, the residents, are asking to see the full scope of responses from this survey, including all demographics and all comments at the beginning of the survey. As you know, City Council has referenced results from the 2023 survey as a reason behind purchasing the Early College of Arvada property to develop a homeless shelter. However, only 1,200 people responded to the 2023 survey, less than 1% of Arvada's then 121,414 residents. while 55.1% of those residents supported increased partnerships with nonprofits to support services to low-income and unhoused persons and families. 41.6% of respondents supported establishing a one-stop daytime center. There was already a daytime center at Mission Arvada. 36.3% of respondents want locations for temporary shelter and supportive services for unhoused individuals and families somewhere else in the community, quote, not in your neighborhood, not in our neighborhood. All of this is on page 116 of the 2023 Community Survey results. We also want to emphasize the importance of reviewing all of the comments made in the comment box at the beginning of the survey. Given that there was no option for open text feedback throughout the structured questions, the comments at the beginning may offer valuable insight into regarding the survey process, residents' faith in this city council, and concerns with this city council's decision-making process. However, the survey's design itself left much to be desired in terms of collecting feedback. By limiting open text responses to the beginning, it's unclear whether dissatisfaction with homelessness means residents are in favor of building a shelter or if they're opposed to it. Without open text fields at the end of each section or at the conclusion of the survey, much of the feedback is open to interpretation, which complicates understanding of public opinion accurately. We ask the council to consider conducting a follow-up survey with more direct questions and open-ended fields for more comprehensive responses for any project they wish to embark on, as this will allow for a clearer and more transparent dialogue between the City of Arvada and Arvada's residents. Transparent
Ms. Krantz,
access to this
with
data and
apologies, your
feedback
time is,
will
please,
not only,
go
I'm
ahead.
on my last paragraph.
I'll give you a few more seconds,
Will
please.
not only clarify the community's true stance on relevant issues, but also strengthen trust in the City Council's decisions, ensuring they reflect the voices of all of our Arvada's residents.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Monique Lonnie. Welcome, Ms. Lonnie.
Thank you. My name's Monique Lonnie. I live at 4913 West 61st Avenue in Arvada, Colorado. The City of Arvada and Lotus Engineering and Sustainability have been collaborating to create a comprehensive sustainability and waste management plan, which will be finalized in a meeting on Thursday, November 7th. Aligned with this plan, I'm thrilled to share an exciting opportunity for Arvada to deepen its commitment to sustainability by repurposing the Early College of Arvada building. With its sustainable 44,316 square feet, the ECA can become a cornerstone for our climate action and sustainability plan, focusing on crucial areas like energy efficiency, waste reduction, and community resilience. Imagine transforming the ECA into a net zero green building powered by solar arrays and equipped with water conservation strategies. This isn't just a dream, it's an achievable goal that will demonstrate Arvada's leadership in environmental responsibility. One key component of this vision is partnering with sustainability recycling. By hosting them in ECA, we can increase our capacity to produce materials, create jobs, and support individuals with mental and physical disabilities. This initiative not only helps our environment, but also uplifts some of our most vulnerable community members. The ECA can also serve as dynamic space for community education and engagement. We can organize workshops and programs that teach residents about recycling, renewable energy, and zero waste practices. By reaching out to local schools like Tennyson Knowles, we can instill a lifelong commitment to sustainability in our children, creating a greener, more resilient future. Furthermore, partnering with Westminster High School's agricultural program will provide students with hands-on learning experiences. This initiative not only enhances their education, but also opens pathways to careers in sustainable industries. Imagine if we also established a community composting site at ECA. This facility could support local food systems and promote eco-friendly gardening. We could host indoor farmers markets and create nutrient-rich soil for sale, turning waste into resources. A tree limb drop-off point would allow residents to recycle yard waste, turning it into mulch for community gardens, further promoting sustainability. These efforts will enhance property values and neighborhood desirability, attracting environmentally conscious buyers and tenants. More importantly, by creating jobs and fostering community involvement, we can tackle the homelessness crisis and provide pathways to stability for those in need. In conclusion, the ECA building is more than just a structure. It's an investment in our sustainable future and the well-being of our community. Let's come together to transform it into a vibrant hub of sustainability, reinforcing our commitment to a greener Arvada.
Thank you, Ms. Lonnie. Next, Mr. Richard Parks.
My name is Richard Parks, 6334 Xavier Court, Arvada, 80,003. I'm just here to voice my negativity towards this navigation center. I don't think there was much thought into putting it in a neighborhood situation. My minimal study of navigation centers outside of Arvada, I see no achievements of any sort other than you bid the people at night, that's it. I think that your tax-paying citizens in your neighborhood here are being put upon by these navigation centers, which do have records of 12 to 15% property loss, increased crime, and I just want to voice my disapproval on putting them in a neighborhood situation. I think there were other better places to put them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Tiffany Munoz. Welcome, Ms. Munoz.
Tiffany Munoz, 6275 Xavier Court. I'm addressing the December 7th study session on the ECA and proposed regional homelessness shelter. This session was originally presented to Arlington Meadows as an opportunity to have a seat at the table and work together. However, it has been changed to Zoom with no public comment. Instead of genuine dialogue, we've left to observe a council member speak on our behalf with only council voices. This single perspective does little to convey genuine representation. Our community has proposed multiple alternative uses for ECA, including at the October 7th meeting, that we believe would better serve Arvada. However, in an email dated November 3rd, Councilmember Lisa Ferre stated they haven't been presented with other options, suggesting that our input has not been acknowledged or that she was too busy passing notes during our speeches to actively listen, leaving the impression that Council intends to pursue its original narrative without making meaningful adjustments. We are asking Council to consider the following. Relocating visible homeless from Old Town to our community risks a 12% decrease in property values, along with anticipated tax increases of 30 to 50% yearly. Although we are unaware how much homeowners' insurances will increase, insurance companies have stated premiums will rise based on crime, such as the crime in Old Town on October 22nd. Police responded to a call for shots fired and a large group of visible homeless using whips, chains, and sticks in a large disagreement. Or Mark Devin's observation of shelters being unsafe and unsanitary, noting that they are not suitable locations in or near neighborhoods. As crime data becomes available, insurance premiums will triple and even quadruple. These costs place homeowners at risk of financial instability, potentially pushing families into homelessness. Council has stated that it wants to address homelessness before it happens, and a very simple way to do this is by not putting a shelter in a neighborhood. It's critical to clarify we are not prioritizing money over human needs. The real issue is the Council's decision to prioritize business interests and beautification of Old Town. Statements like Councilmember Sharon Davis's, when she said businesses in Old Town are suffering, highlight the focus on business interest. This is about ensuring we don't face economic hardship and force people out of homes and onto the streets. Decreased property values and increased costs will cause unattainable financial situations, leaving families underwater on their homes and unable to sell or afford housing. We ask Council carefully consider the visible homeless needs. Many require mental health services and substance abuse programs, resources that are not available in Arlington Meadows or Arvada, placing a harm reduction program like Points West that distributes needles at an Old Town Library into a neighborhood without nearby hospitals or emergency services is reckless regardless of the intentions. The council must push back on the request to put a shelter in Arvada. Without the right resources, this initiative will fail. Have a structured approach: treatment, recovery, education, and employment. You must first establish a hospital with behavioral health and substance abuse facilities, then create nearby shelters. Finally, network with trade programs that are funded by the state and secure employment. Arvada needs to make a lasting impact that will protect stability of neighborhoods.
Thank you very much, Ms. Munoz. Finally, we have Karen Diaguera. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Karen Diaguera. I live at 4816 West 61st Place. Despite a lack of transparency, we know the city plans to hire a consultant to finalize the homelessness action strategy and address challenges with opening the ECA homeless shelter, as a council member referred to it onto our petition. Despite repeatedly stating that there's no plan for the building, the shelter plans are advertised in the Arvada report and on the city website with no effort to engage stakeholders impacted by your ill-conceived and politically motivated plans. Meeting records from February 6 and emails between Lisa Ferre, former manager Gillis, and the council confirm their intent to use grant money and taxpayer dollars to establish a homeless shelter in Adams County. This misuse of millions of taxpayer dollars in a region that doesn't even have a medical care facilities or adequate first responders is abhorrent. On October 25, Shauna Ambrose reiterated this plan, citing that Adams County Sheriff would deal with the outfall, despite jurisdictional boundaries that dictate Arvada Police to be the responding party. This proves there is an existing plan, yet our city representatives continue to mislead us, hoping we'll stop our opposition. Hiring a third-party consulting group is a tactic to deflect negative press and push your agenda while avoiding accountability. By hiring a consulting firm, the City Council is creating a scenario where our objections and concerns with consultant proposals will fall on deaf ears, while the city will deny any culpability, effectively eliminating any responsibility of the council. Instead of hiring a consultant to finalize plans, we ask you to collaborate with us in creating a proactive homeless prevention program, not a reactive one. No finalization should occur without considering all data sources, not just the ones that fit your narrative. I have and will continue to share my research with you, sourced from academic articles, publicly available data from first responders, and real-world examples of how navigation centers consistently fail communities and are weaponized to disproportionately police our homeless neighbors in need. Shauna Ambrose, as the representative of District 2, we urge you to listen to the overwhelming voices of our community, your constituents. We currently hold over 1,400 signatures of those who also oppose this plan. You were elected to be our voice, to stand with us and advocate for the well-being of our neighborhood. We ask that you listen to our concerns and fight alongside us to ensure Arvada respects the values and safety of every community. We deserve your support, not your opposition. We voted for you. We entrusted you with our city, our neighborhoods, our tax money, our family safety. It is critical that the homelessness action strategy, which has not been formally voted on, is not finalized before stakeholders, especially the Arlington Meadows community and Adams County commissioners, fire department, and sheriff department are engaged. It's not too late to restore the trust of your citizens. Consult us. Consider the unbiased data that we continue to provide. Prove to us that you are worthy of the political careers that you so desperately cling to.
Thank you very much. All right. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to present public comment this evening? Yes, please. All right. Name and address for the public record, sir.
My name is Robert Krantz. I live at 5030 West 60th Avenue, Arvada, Colorado. First of all, ditto to Jenny Krantz's thing and speech. We've heard a lot, 12% of property value. I'm not in the biggest house in the area. I'm not the nicest house. And I'm still looking at losing $60,000 to $70,000 in one day. I don't know about you guys. That's going to hurt. That's more than a lot of people make in a year. And you expect me to eat it in one day. And I'm only one house. You guys are going to destroy this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to present public comment on issues not on the agenda this evening? Yes, please come forward.
My name is Robin Wall. I live at 6311 Xavier Street. I had intended to write something up, and I work today, so I didn't have the opportunity. But what I want to share is, I'm a federal employee, I'm a GS-14, so I understand the games, I understand the decisions, but I'm also a homeowner in this community, and I moved here in 1985. I raised my kids in Arvada. They're now in their 40s. I love this community, and I hate what you guys are doing to it. I hate that I no longer feel safe in my home. I hate that when I moved here, it was green as far as safety, and last time I looked, it was yellow. It's probably red by now. This is my second city council meeting. The first city council meeting, I stood outside afterwards listening to a gentleman talk about where he's got people peeing and pooing on his fence line that are homeless. That's already happening. There was another woman that was speaking, and she said, I'm going around my fence line all the time picking up needles. This is the reality of what is happening in our community. So I am asking that you don't take the minority in favor of the majority, and that you will truly, Shauna Ambrose, we voted for you. Please pay attention to what you're doing, and do not destroy our homes. Help these young families that are trying to raise kids like I did. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any, please come down. Welcome.
My name is Dixie Eist. I live at 4969 West 62nd Avenue. I was born and raised in Colorado. I was raised on 5545 North Sheridan Boulevard, very small. We lived without water. We lived without electricity. But we survived. I have had no parents since I was 15. I married, have 4 children, which I brag on. I had one child that I had to remove from my home because she chose drugs and to steal and to dishonor. I went to see her for a whole year in prison and gave her money so that she could have what she needed in prison that I felt she needed. But I don't believe in handing out to those that don't help themselves. And now, I have lived here all my life. I'm 80 years old. I am scared of Arlington Meadows if that goes in there. Absolutely scared. I have had them camp behind the corner of my house. I am sorry for taking your time. I don't understand everything that you people understand, and you do a good job for us, but please, I pray every day that you won't let this happen to our children and to us folks that have given to our society for this many years, taken care of our property. All these people take care of their property. They are good neighbors. Yes, they need help, but they need it from government and from people that can afford it, not from us people that live day to day or on Social Security. I apologize for my actions, but I am sincere with them, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you, and please, you have nothing to apologize for. Thank you so much for coming and speaking with us today. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to speak? Seeing none, Ms. Rush, is there anyone on Zoom? Seeing none, I will close this section of the public comment of this evening's agenda. And I will open, here we go. Oh, sorry, just lost my agenda here. All these papers, here we go. All right, we have no new business this evening, so next I will move us into our resolutions. We have nothing on the consent agenda, so next we're moving into resolutions. We have 2 resolutions this evening, and I will open R24-115, a resolution deleting and reenacting policy number 300.1, expense reimbursement of the City Council Policy Manual. Ms. Morris.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Up today for council's consideration, first, we have our expense and reimbursement policy for the City Council manual. The Arvada City Council first adopted policy number 300.1, expense reimbursement of the City Council policy manual, in January of 2014. A significant period of time has passed since then, and so we have made an effort to update this policy so that it conforms with current practices. The revised policy has a more comprehensive standards for City Council to determine which expenses are eligible for reimbursement and defines the process for approving eligible expenses for reimbursement. The updated policy establishes the following: various categories of eligible expenses, an approval procedure in which a council member seeking expense reimbursement must, depending on the type of expense and the role of the requester, receive approval from a variety of different individuals before receiving reimbursement, the criteria under which a council member may receive and use a purchasing card, and it establishes a process by which a council member must submit eligible expenses for reimbursement to the city team for reimbursement. We are ready for any questions that the council has, but with that, the city team recommends that the city council approve R24-115, a resolution deleting and reenacting policy number 300.1, expense reimbursement of the city council policy manual.
Thank you. I will open it for council questions, comments, or action. Councilmember Ferre.
I'll make the motion.
All right, it's yours.
I move that R24-115, a resolution deleting and reenacting policy number 300.1, expense reimbursement of the City Council Policy Manual, be approved.
Thank you. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. All right, thank you very much. Now I will open R24-116, a resolution adopting policy number 100.3, council vacancies into the City Council Policy Manual. Ms. Morris.
Thank you. Section 4.6 of the Arvada City Charter establishes the circumstances under which a vacancy on the Arvada City Council may occur and the timeline for filling a vacancy. This policy, number 100.3, pertaining to council vacancies, adds a policy to the City Council Policy Manual to establish a process for filling a vacancy on the City Council. No current policy or formalized process for filling a vacancy on the City Council currently exists. This policy would establish the following: the circumstances when the city clerk may declare a vacancy, the circumstances when the City Council may declare a vacancy, requirements relating to the prohibition on holding simultaneous elective offices under Section 434 of the Arvada City Charter, the process for filling a general council member's vacancy, the process for filling a mayoral vacancy, and the form for posting a council vacancy and scoring applicants for a council vacancy. Again, we are ready for any questions that council has, and the Arvada team recommends that the City Council approve R24-116, a resolution adopting policy number 100.3, council vacancies into the City Council Policy Manual.
Thank you very much. I will open it for council questions. Seeing none, I will open it for council discussion. Councilmember Marriott.
A question for Ms. Morris. See here in this policy, there are two different things. There's a vacancy resignation date and a vacancy due date or a vacancy date. Can you tell us a little bit more about why that exists in there?
So this was pursuant to some discussion that we have had with council, and I assume you're talking about section 1.5 of the proposed policy related to prohibition on holding simultaneous elective offices. I think we also may have expanded it a little bit. But getting to your question, we have a deadline under some circumstances, specifically under section 1.5, for a council member to submit their resignation notice. The effect of that notice would allow us to start planning for filling a vacancy. The resignation date would be the date on which the resignation becomes final and the vacancy is created.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. So here, I'm going to just throw this out as a discussion for the council to discuss. So I'm completely against that feature. I believe that with regard to this provision about holding simultaneous elected office, if a member of council is elected to a different office, whether you've been sworn into that office or not, but as soon as the election results are not in question, I believe that council member should have to resign, and the resignation date and the resignation vacancy date should be the same, and here's why. If someone were elected to, let's just say, the state legislature, immediately upon election, they will be attending and getting orientation from the legislature. They will certainly be having to bring on staff members to staff their efforts at the legislature. They will without a doubt be meeting with lobbyists to talk about the 5 bills they're going to run in the legislature. They will certainly be in contact with the caucus that they intend to participate in at the legislature. And they will certainly be doing everything that it takes to prepare them to serve in the legislature upon their swearing in. And I think that's a good thing. I think that's what somebody who's elected to the legislature should do. However, if that person is performing those activities and also trying to serve as a Arvada City Council member, I think that's a massive conflict of interest and falls, in my view, into very, very questionably ethical grounds. And so I can't see any other reason for this provision of these 2 different dates to be in here. And so I'm completely against it being that way.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes, I just have a question, Ms. Morris. So what happens, I mean, even if it looks like a candidate who is a city council member and is running for another office, it looks like it might be a landslide, we're not sure, but if the opposition brings something up which holds off the candidate who's on city council from actually moving forward in the process, like Mr. Marriott just brought forward. So that would mean that that person would stall out for a little while. They could still be doing their city council business while the clerk tidies up everything and gets things put together for the candidate who wins to move forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're asking. You're asking if there's a challenge to the election results. Yeah, what happens during that interim period? So the way that we have section 1.5 of the policy drafted up, the resignation is required to be submitted. So you have to submit your written resignation notice within 24 hours after certification of the election results. And so my assumption would be is that maybe not under every circumstance, it may not delay the certification, but to the extent that a challenge to election results delays certification date, there would be some provision for that here. If a challenge was made, for instance, in a lawsuit or a case or something like that afterwards, my assumption is that the individual would be sworn in eventually, and then they would deal with the outcome of that lawsuit after that. But again, it's probably very much on a case-by-case basis, so that would be my input.
And then my second question is unrelated to this. Did we tidy up the provision where if a council member accepts a position with another municipality, would they have to resign from council? Because according to 4.6, you cannot be an employee of another municipality and be on city council. Did we clear that up at all?
So I'd have to check on this really quick, and I think if Ms. Hemler has an immediate response, I'll defer to her.
I do. We did clear it up. It is if that council member or the mayor is elected to any federal, state, county, municipal, or quasi-municipal elective office, then that resignation is required.
So just an elected office. For example, I will use myself. When I used to work for the city and county of Denver, I could not be on city council because per the charter, you cannot be an employee of another municipality. So now if today I took a job with another municipality, would I have to stand down from city council?
You would, pursuant to the city charter. But I am looking in here, and unless Ms. Hemler has something else that she wants to add, I don't know if we specifically addressed the requirement of a resignation under those circumstances, but it would be required because of that charter provision we have in place. We
Could
can
we add that clarifying language?
We can add that clarifying language.
Councilmember Pfeiffer.
Maybe you can remind me, I thought there were some charter changes around vacancy fill timelines. Is it 45 days or 60 days? I know we had a policy, I can't remember.
We did. We increased the amount of time
To
that
60?
we have to fill the vacancy, and I believe it is 45 days now.
It was 30 before,
It
right?
was 30
Okay.
before.
So it's 45 days now, and that's 45 days from where the ticker starts when they put in the resignation? I was trying to look that.
The date, it would start when the vacancy is created, which would be with our dual system, like if we have somebody elected to another office, the vacancy is formally created when the resignation is official. So when the resignation date becomes formal.
The notice of resignation.
It would be after the notice of resignation. So the notice of so for instance, if someone were to submit one today and they submitted it on November 4th, you receive the written notice and it says, my resignation is official on November 6th, then November 6th would be the date that the vacancy opens up, and that's when the clock starts ticking.
Okay. Well, the reason why this is important, and I think I'm trying to avoid a problem that I see happening is when we have hearings. I totally get what Mr. Marriott is implying with some of his concerns, but I also know there's business that the city has to move forward with, and it behooves us all to have the full representation up here of the current elected body. When it's 6-6, or 6, it's 3-3 votes. The whatever we're voting on fails, even though it's a 3-3 vote, and that puts a lot of the city at risk. And there's not a majority vote on that, and it as well as puts people that are asking for any type of hearing or variances. And I was trying to figure out that timeline, because if that happens, at least what I'm hoping is we could start a process while still doing city business. And some of the city business takes months or a year to get to that point to vote, and that's what I worry about. So 2 things off the top of my head is if the letter of resignation is also the resignation date and we decide to go that way, we have to understand what risks are there and make sure there's nothing scheduled. I mean, at the end of the day, we completely pause the city for, 2-3 months. 45 days, but I mean, depending on when that's put in and so forth, I mean, it's 45 days when we do the appointment, and then when do they get sworn in? Could be another week or 2. So you're looking at least 2 months before somebody could actually get in the chair. And so it worries me a little bit that we would actually pause business for that long, and maybe that's not right. We can get some stuff that might be normally through, we just get through, but so I'm struggling with that. That's why I think having a resignation letter with a date that is before they are sworn in, because that's where the violation is when they're sworn in. But, to Mr. Marriott's point, I was thinking, well, yeah, some of that conflict could happen, but that leads me to the Independent Ethics Committee. And where does that play in this? Because I'm not sure where we sit with Article, whatever it is, XXIX, because we're home ruled. So, there's an ethics committee that oversees some of this, and how do we jive with that?
That's an excellent question, and one that I don't have a solid answer to right now. So there is a couple of cases that are being litigated right now on that very question. Do we, as a home rule city, are we subject to the jurisdiction of the Independent Ethics Commission? And we do not have a solid answer to that yet. My interpretation of the constitutional provision and the statutes in our charter would be that we are not subject to the jurisdiction of the Independent Ethics Commission. So hopefully that answers your question, at least for now.
No, it does, because our ordinance, our charter, our codes, and everything else do govern us. And we don't need necessarily the state to govern us like that. But I think the point is even if we said, okay, you give us your resignation, you have to resign before you're sworn in to your other office. I feel like there is some other, like ethics committee or something we can do differently to ensure that there is purity to that, and that there's not any ill intent of whatever they're doing. I get where Marriott's saying around, hey, they're already talking to lobbyists and so forth. It does bother me a little bit as well.
Yeah, and I see what you're asking now. So we could analyze the independent issues that City Council is considering and determine whether or not, from an ethics perspective, the individual council member who has been elected but not sworn in, if they have a conflict of interest, and we could have them recuse themselves based on each independent issue, as opposed to saying that they would not hear all issues, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just have to be a little bit more diligent that if we feel there's a conflict, they recuse themselves, or at this point, if they are elected to another office, the Independent Ethics Committee, I would think, would weigh in even if they're not sworn in yet. I don't know. I don't know how they work that much around that, but I just feel like there's another committee out there that keeps elected officials a little bit more on the up and making sure there's none of that. So it's, you know, I can go either way on this one right now, but my preference right now is if the certification of the vote happens within 24 hours, I do agree we should get a notice of resignation. The question is when is that due date of it? I think that's a question we need to talk as a committee or a council as, do we want to make that immediate? Or do we want to make it a date certain, or within 2 weeks, or within 1 month, or before, it has to be before they're sworn in. So I can see benefit to both. We just have to adapt. So what I would strongly encourage from the council is to consider two things. One is, if we do it immediately of the resignation, we understand and we accept that business gets paused and some things just don't go on for a little while. And maybe that's okay. The second thing would be no, business keeps going, but we have to be a little bit more diligent and aware that there could be a potential conflict and ask for that council member to recuse themselves possibly. And it maybe even tighten up around any ethics commission relationships that we may have, where if somebody feels that something's wrong, that at least there's an independent board that can review the situation. But I'll see what the rest of the council has to say, but right now, those are, I think, our two options around this specific thing.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Moorman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Pfeiffer. I think you nailed it on the head, kind of the two options, and I appreciate laying that out. One of the questions that I have that I know came up in our earlier conversations was around salary and health benefits and things like that. So upon resignation, the date of resignation, not the notice, just to be clear on what we're talking about, the date of actual resignation, then all salary and benefits would end. But the concern was the gap. If that date of resignation doesn't align with swearing in of the new office, then there may be a gap of health benefits or salary or other things that may be very important to that individual as they make that transition. Is that?
That's correct. As part of this policy process, I did receive a comment from a member of our staff pointing out that if we do want to create opportunities for individuals who might not otherwise be able to afford to be on council or who depend on the opportunity to have insurance, to be able to pay for that through the city, or depend on the income, although it is small with the city, if they depend on that income, we are creating a gap for those individuals, salary and benefits-wise, between the time that their resignation from council is effective to the date that they are sworn in. And so from the individual's perspective that made the comment to me, the concern was that we might be reducing the likelihood of having more diverse perspectives and individuals on council if we are only able to have individuals on council who don't have to worry about that.
Great, I appreciate that explanation. Thank you. I mean, continuing on with Councilmember Pfeiffer's thinking, we, as elected officials, we are always, needing to be thinking about conflict of interest, because we all have, most of us, I know some of us are retired, but most of us have other jobs, and that they, could very well interrelate with the work that we do as a council. And so that's always one of the first things we're thinking about when each time we have a decision that we need to make. Is this going to be a conflict of interest or a perceived conflict of interest, right? We also want to make, thinking about how that could be perceived. So I in some ways don't see this a whole lot different than that, because we are having to do that with everything else, the other work that we do outside of council. And we're talking about a brief period of time when this transition occurs. I would be interested, though, in asking staff if we have any information on what other Colorado cities' policies are in relation to this very specific issue of this transition period from one office to the next, and how that is handled in some of our peer cities.
I do not have that information today. Obviously, if council wanted to continue this matter to another date, I could gather that information and present it as part of council's thought process, but I do not have that information today.
For me, that would be useful, I think. But.
Councilmember Ambrose.
I just wanted to make clear of this proposed process that the way it's set up is that if somebody gets elected to another office and the results are certain, within 24 hours, they send a notice of when they're resigning. And from that point, when we receive the notice, we can start the process of filling the vacancy, but we can't actually appoint someone to that vacancy until the actual resignation date has passed.
That is correct.
Okay, so I wanted to make sure, because I think the way the policy is written, that kind of, like in a regular job, you have some overlap between the person who's going out and some notice between the new person coming in, so that, we were talking about how the various committees that we're all assigned to, making sure that there isn't a gap in representation to all of those things. And so this policy kind of provides that gap. Provides coverage over that gap.
That would be correct. It provides the option of having your existing council member stay up until the resignation date, but it depends on how much time you have and how long it takes to get through that vacancy filling process. So it is possible, and I think probably very likely, that council won't make it through the entire process as of the date that the former council member gets sworn into their new elected position. So there might be somewhat of a gap, but you would have a little bit more time to plan for the gap.
Okay, thank you. I support this policy as written because of the coverage of gap. When we're running for elected office, we don't get paid before we're sworn in. We don't get benefits before we're sworn in. And while we're running for public office, we do all the things Councilmember Marriott points out, where we're coming up with a slate of bills and we're building coalitions, we're talking to people. That's, part of running for public office. You talk about what you're going to pass. And so I think the way this policy is, where it doesn't have a certain date, I think it allows it to be flexible, so that if you are somebody who doesn't need the health benefits, then you can resign that day. But if you're somebody who does, you talk to our ethics committee and make sure that you're on the up and up and say, I'm planning to do this for this reason. And I think we can leave flexibility for people with different lifestyles to be able to be in public service. So I think the not having a date certain and having it flexible and making it so that you can't be sworn in and getting doubly paid or having double benefits or something like that, for me, is the threshold that is very clear, that makes it what the charter is talking about when it's saying you can't hold 2 elected offices.
Councilmember Marriott.
Let me respond to a couple of the discussion points that I've heard here. I think Mr. Pfeiffer brought up pausing business. I'll note that this council has had at least one person absent far more than we've had all 7 people here, at least over the last 6 months, if not over the last year, and we've never paused business. So I don't buy the argument that it's required that all 7 people be here. I think just 2 weeks ago we were down 1 person. We've been down 2 at times this year, and quite frequently this at least last 6 months. Like I said, more often than not. As far as the salary and benefits argument, City Council doesn't receive any benefits from the city. we are eligible to purchase health benefits from the city's plan like anybody else would with COBRA. To my knowledge, nobody on city council does that. And you know why? Because it's a terrible deal. COBRA is so expensive, it's absolutely absurd, and nobody does it. And to my knowledge, at least in my time here on council, nobody ever has done it. So I don't buy that a poor elected official can't move from one elected position to another elected position because they're not going to get paid or not going to get their benefits. There's actually a very easy answer to that. Don't run for another office until your term is up. That would be the way that it could happen. And I would note in that particular situation, if you ran for the state legislature and your term was up, you wouldn't be paid till you started the state legislature, and you wouldn't be being paid by the city either. So I don't buy that either. In my time here on council, I've been here for one person to resign who resigned immediately upon being appointed to the state senate. I do recall other 2 times where people have resigned their council position in my time recently in Arvada over the last 30 years, and neither one of them did anything except resign their position at the time they announced their resignation. I find this particular policy and this notion that you should be able to continue on city council after you've been elected to something else to completely be unusual, doesn't feel right, out of bounds. I mean, I think elected office is unique. It's not the same as just going and getting a job. I think within elected office, it is not possible to serve 2 masters. They can be in conflict with each other, and I think it's very difficult for those who are elected to office to even see the conflicts of interest that they have. I mean, I witness them frequently by elected officials who don't even have any inclination that they're over the line there, and I don't think allowing a situation where someone is clearly conflicted makes any sense at all. So I'm not persuaded by anybody's arguments here. If somebody moves for this policy to be approved, I will be voting no because I think it's out of line, and I don't think it's even close. I think this is clear how this should be.
Councilmember Pfeiffer.
I just wanted to clarify my pausing of business. Mr. Mayor, you've been around council as long as I have. How many public hearings have to be postponed because there's only 6 of us here? And how many have been heard where it was a 3-3 and let's just call Texas Roadhouse as the most recent one to help your memory, where it does mess up business. And it does. And to me, you have to pause those things until then. So you've been around long enough to know that. So I think it's, I can't predict what's going to happen in the future with people or what they're going to do or what their aspirations are or when. It's kind of funny you say that you shouldn't run for other offices. I believe you ran for mayor while you held that office. I'm just pointing out, don't talk out of both sides of your mouth.
Mr. Marriott, I will give you the opportunity to respond, and then I will request that we move on with this item.
Just want to point out that the mayor's job and a city council person's job are the same, that there is no difference, and that's far different than running for a different elected office.
Thanks for clarifying that, because you did not qualify that in your argument.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Ms. Ferre.
Given that Election Day is tomorrow, I just would like to request to recuse myself as a candidate and as a council person.
Thank you. So, I will call a vote for the remaining city council members to allow Ms. Ferre to recuse herself from this vote. All right. That passes 6-0. Ms. Ferre, you are recused for this vote. Thank you. And with that, I will go ahead and accept a motion. If someone would like to make one on this item. Councilmember Ambrose.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
I move that R24-116, a resolution adopting policy number 100.3, council vacancies, into the city council policy manual, be approved.
Thank you. Councilmember Marriott, you wish to speak?
Yeah. As I said before, I'll be voting no. I believe this is an inappropriate policy decision for this council to be taking. I think it's unprecedented. Certainly hasn't happened in my time in Arvada, and my hope is that this policy will not be exercised here anytime soon in this way. But I just think, you know, one of the most important things we owe the people who elect us is high standards and high ethics. And I think anytime we get in fuzzy ground on that, I think we need to look ourselves in the mirror and ask, why are we doing that? And this is certainly one of those cases for me, and that's why I'll be voting no.
Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I will be voting no because I'm just unclear. It's on date of service of the resignation letter versus date of this is the day that I'm resigning. And we really haven't cleared that up much. And then also just giving our wonderful legal staff time to clarify the language that I was asking about, holding if you are a council member and you go to work for another municipality, just clarifying that language too, and just giving our wonderful legal staff time to tidy up that bow.
Ms. Morris, just for the public record, would you like to clarify the quick timeline for the procedures laid out in this policy?
The procedure for the written resignation notice versus the resignation date. So just for council's awareness, as we had discussed, once the election results are certified, within 24 hours, the council member at issue would be required to provide a notice in writing saying that X will be my resignation date. So to give you an example, if we have a council member who is elected to another office tomorrow, once we have those within 24 hours of the certified election results, so once they're official, we would require a written letter from that council member within 24 hours of that certification. And then that written notice should say, my final day as a council member will be X date. And that date must be prior to the swearing in for the new position.
Thank you. And would we be allowed to start the vacancy process, the 45 days, from the date of receiving the resignation letter, not the effective date when they vacate the office?
You would be able to start the process for filling the vacancy. You would not be able to actually fill it until after the effective date.
Thank you. And would the sitting council member have any role in choosing their replacement?
No, they would not.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ambrose, then Councilmember Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I will be voting yes on this. I think it's pretty black and white that you hold office once you're sworn in. That's when you start getting paid. And so I feel that is pretty clear ethically. I think the previous examples mentioned are when people were going to get sworn in a few days later or resigned because they were starting the conflict of interest right away. And so I think that this policy allows for some flexibility for folks. And I think we have the oversight with the Ethics Committee and with the specific in the policy that the council member would be recusing themselves from anything from the next vacancy appointment. So it seems very ethically clear and black and white to me. And so that's why I'm voting for this policy.
Councilmember Pfeiffer.
If council is not clear, can we just postpone this, since there's a few things?
You can. So you can vote on the issue. You have a motion on the floor right now. So what you would do was you would make an intervening motion to continue this resolution, maybe to our next business meeting, which would be November 18th, I believe. And then we could bring back some of the data that Councilmember Moorman is discussing, and we could bring back the change that Councilmember Davis was requesting as well.
Thank you. Quickly, Ms. Morris, would postponing until after the election date, presuming however elections results go tomorrow, could that potentially create an issue here in the city as we do not have a clarified policy?
Potentially. I mean, we could function generally as if we had a policy in place, because there is no policy right now. So there's nothing that says that we can't function as if this policy were in place. So in other words, we could expect that there's a written notice of resignation. Now, we couldn't force it because we don't have the policy, but we could proceed along this path. And then after the policy is formally adopted, then we'll finish out the process, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you, City Attorney Morris. I'm interested in continuance until, as suggested by Councilmember Pfeiffer. So in order to do that, would I make an amendment to this motion that's now on the floor, or do we need to vote this motion and then have a motion for continuance if that did not pass?
So it'd be a little bit cleaner to go ahead and vote now.
Okay.
And there's no prohibition, because this is not a quasi-judicial matter, and because of the mechanism of this vote, given the fact that it's one of our policies, you could vote no on this policy for now, and we could bring it right back on the 18th. Given that we all understand that council is expecting for it to come back. Okay. So we could do that, and then after the matter is voted on, then you could just ask us in the council comments, or let us know before you vote that you expect for a new version of that policy to be on the agenda for November 18th. That way you wouldn't have to move to continue it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
so then I will be changing my vote. I will be.
That's fine. I
Okay.
cleared the previous
Okay.
votes so that everyone may recast their votes now.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right. With that, this policy fails 5-1 with Councilmember Ambrose being a yea votes, Mayor Simpson, Councilmembers Pfeiffer, Mormon, Davis, and Marriott being no votes. We expect to bring this item back in 2 weeks at the November 18th hearing. Thank you very much, Ms. Morris.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It's democracy in action. You get to watch it live. All right, so Mayor Pro Tem Mormon, we have a first reading item.
My apologies, give me a second.
You did for a minute when you said that.
I move CB 24-017, an ordinance authorizing a withdrawal agreement between the City and County of Broomfield, the Board of County Commissioners of Jefferson County, Colorado, the City of Arvada, and the Jefferson Parkway Highway Authority be approved on first reading and published in title in full.
All right, if council will cast their votes on first reading. All right, that passes 7-0. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Mormon. All right, our next item will be the main event this evening. We have a public hearing. However, given it is 7:45 and we usually take a break around 8 o'clock, I know this one's going to be a lengthy one, so I'm going to give everyone 10 minutes to stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, and then we'll reconvene here right before 8. Thank you, everybody. I will call us back to order. And I will open this evening's hearing for the public hearing on resolution number R24-117, a resolution by the City Council for the City of Arvada, Colorado, to amend the 2014 Arvada Comprehensive Plan land use designation pertaining to 6800 Kilmer RV storage from mixed-use residential emphasis to industrial office. And it's come to my attention that there is a bit of a legal question about whether council should be hearing this due to the previous denial at Planning Commission. So I would like to turn to Ms. Grogg for a quick legal explanation on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Emily Grogg, Senior Assistant City Attorney. This is, while it's not unusual for you to see comp plan amendments come before you, that is a pretty standard matter that happens because these are all living documents that have to be amended. It is somewhat unusual that we have a comp plan amendment where the applicant's parcel has the zoning that they are wanting, but the comp plan is different. And in this situation, it's not a comp plan amendment and a rezoning. It's probably what's more common. It's also unusual in the situation that the Planning Commission has recommended denial on a 6-1 vote. Usually when you see comp plan amendments come to you, they are for a ratification. This situation is different. I will tell you that our whole team sat down before we even got close to the Planning Commission and talked through all the options of how this might go. We looked to our code and we looked to our comp plan to try to give us guidance on what would happen if Planning Commission voted a denial or if they voted to approve. Our land development code and our comp plan makes a lot of references to the Planning Commission having responsibility for the comp plan, but nowhere does it say that they're the final decision maker. While in opposition, you can clearly see in our land development code where it states that they are the final decision maker for something like, for the one thing, the alternative sign program. It's very clear in our LDC that that is their purview. So when we looked at this, because it didn't clearly state that they were the final decision maker, we did not think it was appropriate based on our current code to stop the due process at that juncture for a denial. Same with if they had approved it. Under our code, it actually is not very clear that there would be a hearing, a public hearing before you. Our LDC actually says the public hearing is before the Planning Commission, but because we've always treated ratifications as a public hearing, we also determined even if council had voted to approve the comp plan amendment, we would still go forward with a public hearing because we do have so many residents that want to be heard. So on both, early on in the process, we decided no matter how Planning Commission determined, we were always going to err on the side of due process and follow our process for every other land application. So whether you see a major modification or, gosh, now I'm blanking on everything else that you see, but all of the other land use applications that come before you, you do have a public hearing, so we're treating that the same. We do plan on addressing some of this vagueness in our comp plan and LDC going forward. As you all know, we will be looking at doing a updated comp plan in 2025. The comp plan that we are currently looking at and what has the amendment process and procedure is from 2014, and council did adopt that. It just didn't lay out a really clear process. So tonight it is just the comp plan amendment. The site plan is completely different process that will be happening possibly later on, but it is separate from the comp plan amendment. That is the only thing before you tonight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grogg. So with this hearing, I'm going to go ahead and ask the applicant to come forward and raise their hand. Oh, Councilmember Davis.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Before we get started, and with abundance of caution, I wanted to disclose that I informally visited the site at the property at issue. I went for a run along the creek yesterday and just kind of peeked through the trees at the site. So it really wasn't a site visit, it's more of being a looky-loo, and I'm a visual learner, so it helped me understand the facts and evidence that will be presented tonight and the public information that will be presented. So I just wanted to let Mayor and Council and legal understand that, and the city management understand that I was there.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilmember Davis. Now I will invite up the applicant for this particular hearing. We'll ask you to quickly raise your right hand. Do you swear to? Yes, if you plan to present on this item. Or you can also do it from your seats if you don't need to come up right now. But yeah, just quickly raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, you may begin.
Thank you and good evening, Council. My name is Scott Clark. I'm an attorney with the law firm Burns, Fiegel & Will, and I'm here today representing the applicant Chelton LLC. With me also is David Schneider, who is a representative of Chelton, the applicant, and several consultants who have worked on this. In particular, we have two consultants who will be our primary presenters tonight. They're Eva Mather, who is a principal with Norris Design, with 30 years of development and land use experience, who has been the principal designer on this project, and Brent Anderson, who is the CEO of Resite Development, which is a brownfield redevelopment company. Mr. Anderson has a law degree from the University of Denver and a master's in engineering from Colorado School of Mines, and he spent 30 years in a career of redeveloping contaminated property into useful properties, including work at the Lowry neighborhood redevelopment. We are here tonight asking for modification of the comprehensive plan to change the designation of the subject property from mixed-use residential to light industrial and office. Here we go. The property is designated here in a white outline. As you can see, it is immediately neighbored by industrial property. In particular, the property, make sure I've got the right one here. There. The property immediately to the east, which is on the bottom side of the screen, is all industrial and developed. It includes heavy industrial, which is the city's industrial facility that covers about the south half of the eastern boundary of the property, as well as a school bus farm. It is bounded to the south and west and to the north by waterways, Croak Creek and Croak Canal, which form natural barriers to any access to the property from anywhere other than 68th Avenue, which runs right into the property and also runs through the other industrial properties. There are 7 criteria for consideration of amendment. Here we go. Very quickly, this is the site between 72nd Avenue and 64th Avenue and just west of Indiana. A little bit closer overhead view where you can see Croak Canal to the bottom and Ralston Creek to the top, which form some natural setbacks to other properties. It is currently zoned light industrial and has been for a long time. And we are asking for a change from mixed-use residential to industrial in the comprehensive plan so that this can be approved for an actual site development. The site development requirements include meeting the requirements of the comprehensive plan, and so it can't be developed as industrial unless the comprehensive plan is modified. There are 7 criteria. The necessity and feasibility of the particular uses and the proposed use of the property, compatibility of the property with the comprehensive plan and neighboring properties, transportation and utility services, annexations. Strict adherence with the comprehensive plan would create a circumstance that's not intended or otherwise in keeping with the policies of the comprehensive plan, and the proposed use would be consistent with public welfare. We're not going to spend much time on items 3, 4, and 5. They were not significant issues or concerns, and the staff concluded that there were no concerns with transportation and utilities. In particular, it is zoned industrial. The properties next to it are zoned industrial, and we want to have an industrial use of the property. And so the existing infrastructure for utilities and transportation will not be significantly impacted by development as industrial. Annexation is a moot point because the property was annexed 40 years ago and is currently within the city boundaries. The remaining 4 criteria are what the Planning Commission focused on, and what they really boil down to is, does the proposed use fit within the comprehensive plan? Does it fit within the community? Does it protect public health and welfare? And now, also importantly, we think, does the current designation in the comprehensive plan fit the overall comprehensive plan? Importantly, you have to keep in mind what the comprehensive plan calls for, and overarching themes in the comprehensive plan are that there must be an emphasis on integrating economic growth and neighborhood vitality with all transportation modes. There should be city economic development programs, zoning, signage, and permitting processes that encourage business development while protecting the integrity of the community. With respect to mixed-use areas, which is a current designation for the property in the comprehensive plan, those developments should be strategically located. They should provide a range of retail businesses, business, civic, cultural, and residential opportunities. And there should be a lot of transit-oriented focus. For instance, transit supportive residential densities of mixed housing and affordability, transit supportive mix of retail, streets and other physical features that define the center, pedestrian-oriented design, and an interconnected network of multimodal streets. With respect to mixed-use residential, the property also, or the development also, is supposed to be predominantly residential. And it has to be high-density residential with at least 7 residential units per acre. Mixed-use residential also calls for a mix of housing types and encourages commercial and office development. This property does not support that kind of use. It just doesn't have any kind of transportation access other than through an industrial development. It doesn't have multimodal, and it doesn't have any potential for multimodal access in and out of the property. And ultimately, the streets and other physical features around this property that define it are industrial. With that, I am going to turn it over to Eva Mather, who is going to address specific issues of planning, and then Brent Anderson will follow up to address a lot of the development issues, because the property itself is a landfill. It was operated by Jefferson County as a landfill from the 1930s to the 1970s, and still has the landfill material in it. And that is a major impediment to development here of anything other than industrial. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Mather.
Good evening. Thank you, Scott. And good evening, Mayor and council members. For the record, Eva Mather, Norris Design, 1101 Banning Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204. And I've been working on planning and entitlements at Norris Design since 1998. And this is my first time in front of the city of Arvada, though, I think. So it's nice to meet you all, and glad to be here. I'm going to cover we have 2 clickers, 2 of the criteria for approval tonight. Criteria number 2 for compatibility, and criteria number 7 for public welfare. So starting with criteria number 2, compatibility. Criteria 2 states that the proposed amendment is compatible with the surrounding area and the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. This is a criteria that we discussed a lot at the Planning Commission, particularly, or it was discussed a lot at the Planning Commission, particularly during the PC discussion period, after which that period occurs after we have had the chance to address or rebut any of the comments. So we're glad for the opportunity to be here tonight to discuss it again. So we'll gladly answer any questions or discussion points that you have. So please let me know if you have any. So just to tee this off, we're going to talk about how this site is compatible with the surrounding area and the industrial uses that were built up around it, as Scott was discussing. It is an extension of the industrial zoning and the industrial office comprehensive plan land use designation directly to the east of the site. So it's compatible with the surrounding industrial uses. The site has been zoned industrial for 43 years. When the site was annexed by the city in 1981, they identified it for industrial zoning. It is directly connected to developed industrial property to the east, including the city's heavy industrial bus facility. The developments utilizing 68th Avenue for access have heavy truck traffic. The 68th Avenue has no sidewalks, and the sole access is neither pedestrian nor commuter friendly. The site has really been set up for industrial use by the very nature of its access and the uses that share this access. So just to point out where 68th Avenue, I don't know if this, it doesn't work very well on the screen, but 68th Avenue runs down the center of the site. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. So, okay. We wanted to give a visual representation of the entitlement timeline since this property has been in the city. So after the decommissioning of the landfill, the site received its first comprehensive plan designation in 1973. And as far as we can tell, that designation was for industrial. It remained industrial until 2005, so 32 years. It has only been identified as mixed use with residential emphasis in the recent past, and we will discuss why residential specific to the site is incompatible. When the site was annexed in 1981, it was annexed and zoned as PUD industrial. And when the city went through a citywide zoning change in 2020, they opted to maintain this industrial designation and zoned it as IL for industrial light. So the site has been zoned industrial with industrial land use property rights for the last 43 years. This property is not compatible with residential uses. It is bounded by heavy and light industrial to the east. So you can see on this view, looking straight down 68th Avenue, right at the site. Its only vehicular access is through these industrial properties. There are no sidewalks provided on these streets for pedestrian connectivity, likely because there is heavy truck traffic for these uses, which would be incompatible with residential traffic. There is no other opportunity for access, vehicular access to this site, as it is surrounded by developed property. I know I mentioned this already, but it's worth mentioning more than once. This, because it also came up during Planning Commission, where one of the commissioners thought that there could be potentially other opportunities for a street connection. There's currently not a possibility to connect a street through the site without replatting and a change of land use. So we wanted to show you this. We've colored up a plat map of this site. So my pointer doesn't work, but to the north, you can see the Ralston Creek and the green area, which provides a natural and developed barrier to the Geos neighborhood to the north. So you can see in yellow the residential. And then on the south side, you can see the Croat Canal and the green, which provides a natural or long-standing barrier to the Forest Springs development to the south. And to the east, you can see the industrial that's been in place on the north side since the 70s and 80s. The bus facility building has been in place since 2008. So development has really built up all around the site. There's really only one access into the site from 68th Avenue, which leads from Indiana through these other industrial developments straight into the site. One point of access is really insufficient for residential development. And for reference, as Scott mentioned, mixed use with residential emphasis per the comprehensive plan requires 7 dwelling units per acre. And for a 14-acre site, that's almost 100 units minimum. In my experience, in my years of experience working all over the metro area, both engineering and fire would require 2 points of access for residential safety. And most developers would want to provide that kind of access as well. This site is just not suitable for residential, and much less a mixed-use development. To put a finer point on it, per the 2014 comprehensive plan, one primary criteria for developing new mixed-use areas is providing that transit service. This is the 2014 transit map straight out of the comprehensive plan. When the 2014 comprehensive plan was approved, there were 2 bus lines, the nearest being within 3/4 of a mile approximately from the site. Since that time, the availability for mass transit has become scarce, and those bus lines have ceased operating. Bus routes 52 and 72X are no longer in service, and there is no transit within a half a mile or within 3/4 of a mile or even within a mile from the site. Now the nearest operating bus stop is approximately 2 miles from the site, which is about a 5-minute drive or a 40-minute walk. The nearest train station is approximately 5 miles, which is maybe a 10-minute, 15-minute drive or a 90-minute walk. So really just emphasizing that the comprehensive plan designation of mixed use with residential emphasis is not a viable land use for this particular piece of ground. However, the site is compatible with the industrial land use designation, and the comprehensive plan amendment change could be supported. Moving on to criteria number 7, public welfare. Criteria number 7 states that the proposed plan amendment will promote the public welfare and will be consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and the elements thereof. This is another criteria that was discussed a lot during the Planning Commission hearing, and we believe that developing the site for industrial will have multiple benefits to the public welfare. First and foremost, by the very fact that this site will be developed through the VCUP or the voluntary cleanup plan that has been approved, the landfill will be monitored. If left undeveloped, the site will exist without that regulatory framework. In addition, the land use proposed with the sister site plan application, which we're not talking about tonight, but I do need to address it on several points. The land use proposed with the sister site plan application ensures a significant buffer along the southern property line. Other land uses may be allowed, but the land use currently proposed requires a more significant buffer other than other land uses that may be proposed under the industrial land use, under the industrial zone. This large buffer helps to support native plant material. It helps to maintain the existing vegetation to the maximum extent possible. These buffers are provided along the drainage ways, which are already attract native wildlife, but because this buffer will be wider than what would be provided by other land uses, it will help to maintain this as a wildlife corridor. The opposition that we've heard to the applications that we've submitted have discussed wanting to maintain the existing vegetation and wanting to maintain the native vegetation. This specific land use would allow these things to coexist and provide a positive tax base to the city under the industrial land use. We want to show you what the buffer looks like for the land uses proposed under that sister site plan application. You can clearly see how far away the development stays from the existing vegetation and the trails. Of course, some grading would be required, but the landscape plan and the site plan identifies that most existing plants would remain and more than double the amount of plants required are proposed. Those are site plan issues that we're trying to avoid discussing in this hearing tonight. But they are a notable part of the public welfare discussion that has been left out and was left out of the Planning Commission presentation. And last but certainly not least, under public welfare, this developer was asked and gladly committed to provide a public access easement over the Ralston Creek Trail. This trail was built sometime in the 80s, maybe before formal meets and bounds survey and who knew owned what, but it was built on this property. This public access easement will help ensure the access will remain for the public good in perpetuity. This is also part of the site plan and plat application, so was mentioned in the Planning Commission presentation, but was largely left out of the discussion at that hearing. We believe that this is a significant commitment, given that the City Parks Department does not want to accept dedication of the trail or the property. All of these items together that I mentioned speak to the various ways that the comprehensive plan amendment will promote and improve the public welfare for the city. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our expert in brownfield redevelopment, Brent Anderson.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Anderson.
Good evening. My name is Brent Anderson. I'm CEO of Resite Holdings. My address is 1301 Arapahoe Street, Golden, Colorado 80401. Thanks for the opportunity. I haven't been to present in Arvada before either, so pleasure to meet you all. I've been asked to speak to the feasibility of residential development on this particular parcel, consistent with the master plan. And for reasons we'll get into in a moment, my conclusion is that that is in fact not possible and not feasible. And that evaluation isn't some gut feel. That's based upon, as Scott said, 30 years of experience repositioning properties, not only in Colorado, but across the United States. And that's in dealing with sites that are everything from dry cleaners and gas stations to smelters, pesticide formulation plants, and ammunition plants. So a great degree of depth involved in what goes into this. And what we did is not substantially different. I've reviewed environmental reports and also taken a site visit as well. And I encourage you to do so, I guess. I'd like to talk about feasibility in two contexts. One, can you leave the landfill mass there? And if not, what's it take to remove that? And I think it's important we start with some history, just so we're on the same page about this. So I'm going to see if I can make this clicker thing work. And we're not off. No, I don't know. Oh, that one. We like that one. Okay. There we go. Okay. Kind of hit on that. So this site is an old landfill, as Scott mentioned. It was run from the 1930s to the 1970s, and landfills like this accepted pretty much everything. way I would look at it is baby diapers to Buicks and pretty much everything in between. And they were closed in the 70s, consistent with activities at the time. In other words, there were no consistent landfill closure standards at that time. So you end up with an old landfill, trash, construction debris. There's evidence of some asbestos-containing related stuff associated with construction debris. And one of the things you see in old landfills is they get putrescible waste, right? So, just common trash that degrades through time. And since they're not constructed in a manner consistent with today, they'll degrade. They generate methane gas. They also generate odors. And methane gas is an important thing because it can accumulate and, quite frankly, create an explosive problem. And there are sites, for example, in Ohio, where literally they built a development, not a residential one, but a commercial development over a landfill and literally had explosions blowing manhole covers off in a parking lot. It's a real problem. So the other thing is where we at today. And we didn't talk a little bit about geotechnical stuff. We will in a minute. This site's now capped. So when they closed it, they put somewhere between 1 and 5 feet of dirt on top of it and went away, right? And so if you go out and walk that site today, you'll see that it's got this hummocky topography, and that's consistent with most old landfills where you get one area that degrades and others that don't. And it creates a real geotechnical stability problem. In other words, if you want to build on a landfill, you've got to worry about this part of the landfill staying where it is and this part over here moving. And so construction on that becomes a real problem in a mass fill like that. The good news about this particular fill is it's been pretty thoroughly studied, and while it's got a Heinz 57 of constituents in it, none of them are rising to a level of any kind of real concern from a contaminant perspective. The other thing about it that I think is important to note is we've got a voluntary cleanup approval from CDPHE. And one thing that's critical about that is it has a prohibition against residential use on this site. So, why not build on the landfill mass itself? First and foremost, CDPHE simply won't allow it, and that's not just this site, that's generally anywhere. And I will tell you that nationally, that's the case as well. And so, in addition to the environmental reasons we've talked about a little bit, methane gas, odor, the other thing you have there are just the development costs alone. On this site, the geotechnical recommendation is 30-foot piers. So you got to dig all the way through the landfill mass, Lord knows what you encounter on the way, and anchor buildings or whatever you're going to construct there. You've got to establish clean corridors. In other words, to bring in utilities, you're going to have to dig up the landfill mass and then backfill them with something that's clean. And the problem is, underneath that mass, you may or may not have stability. Those utilities can fail in the future. And so you have those issues, and then you have the issues of differential settlement. And you can have differential settlement within the buildings. You can have, so that ends up with cracks in walls, cracks in bricks. You can also have differential settlement between the building and the areas around it. And we've seen sites where the buildings anchored to the bedrock, and the parking lot will slip away at 30% grade or 10% grade because the landfill mass around it has continued to degrade. So moving on to feasibility in the context of economic feasibility. Our process is when we look at a site, we look at its end use. What's it going to be in the future? And then what's it take to get from A to B? And it becomes a math equation. It's really just a math problem when we're done. And in evaluating this landfill, we went through this same process. And so we looked at the key drivers of that. How big an area do we have? 11 acres. How deep? 12 feet-ish. There's going to be a little bit below that. You're going to need to get anything that might have smeared out of there. We've got some evidence of asbestos waste, which means we're going to have to take and oversee every little bucketful that comes out of there. So we got the cost of that. We're right next to the Croak Canal. So we've got dewatering. It's likely that water will seep into it while we've got an excavation. And then, of course, when you're all done with that, you've got to take and fill in this great big hole you've built. And this is not an insignificant hole. 311,000 cubic yards of material. Okay, we're talking a lot of dirt. What's that mean? Well, did the math, $38.7 million to fix up 14.1 acres. So let's put that in perspective a little bit. 2.75 million an acre is what that equates to before you put a shovel in the ground to do your development, to put in utilities, to take and do any of the other things that are typical in horizontal development. $393,000 per unit, assuming 7 units an acre, to develop it. So that's $393,000 you don't have to put into a piece of dirt that doesn't have these problems. Okay? The other thing is, it's not like you can go and somehow leverage this. You're on a landfill. It's an environmental site. No bank is going to give you the money to leverage a deal like this. You're putting $38 million into the ground, and you're hoping somebody's going to take and build houses on it. And so the graph on the left, and I thought this was kind of interesting. I looked at some other sites that are currently out there. You know, look them up on the web, and you can find other sites similarly located. What do they cost per acre? And what you find is that the remedial cost alone on this site is 7 times what it is if you were to buy the site down the street. So if I'm a residential developer and I got to go be in a competitive market, I'm not going to buy dirt at 7 times the price of where I can get it down the street. I'm not competitive. And so for those reasons, you have a site that's not economically feasible for residential development, in my opinion. I think a couple other things just real quick, because there are practical implications to this. You have an enormous amount of truck traffic coming in and out of this site. 270 trucks a day, and if you do that, you get done in 62 weeks. So a little over a year, 270 trucks a day. And let that sink in for a minute, because it's a significant disturbance to the neighborhood. Last thought, we talked about feasibility. I thought I'd share a little bit of what we have seen. This is based upon experience not only here, but Connecticut, Arizona, Kansas, California, sites we've been involved in that have involved landfills similar to this, municipal landfills. What we've seen go on to those sites is typically light industrial uses, something that's got a yard use, could be aggregate storage, inventory storage. And the reason these uses work is because they can adapt more readily to the differential settlement issues you have associated with these kind of landfills. The other thing that we have seen is solar arrays, but even solar arrays are somewhat cherry about these because differential settlement takes and alters the alignment of the arrays, and so that's a problem for them. So with that, I think that wraps up my presentation. I turn it back to Scott.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up with criteria number 6, which states that strict adherence to the existing comprehensive plan would result in a situation either intended or in keeping with key elements and policies of the plan. And here, we've got a real conundrum because it's zoned for industrial uses, but residential uses are not allowed in industrial zonings. The comprehensive plan calls for mixed-use residential, which requires residential as being the predominant use of the property. So those two cannot coexist, and that puts the property in a difficult place because it can't be developed. As we've indicated, residential development, residential use of the property is not viable. Industrial uses are really the only viable uses, and without a modification to an industrial light office use, the property really has no use or value. And that's a particular concern both for the owner of the property and for the city, which has a comprehensive plan that advocates for development of business and support of business in the community. So with that, we request that the City Council approve an amendment to the comprehensive plan to change the designation of this property from mixed-use residential to light industrial and office. And we are available to answer any questions, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right. I'll also turn it over to Mr. Smetana quickly for these city's quick report on this item.
I do think that Emily Misgrog provided a lot of the background for this, and the applicant's presentation gave a lot of information as well. And as she mentioned, the Planning Commission did deny this request on a vote of 6-1 during their meeting. She also mentioned that, and the applicants also mentioned that the site plan and subdivision are not part of this request before you tonight. We do want to mention, of course, that the notice for the hearing was provided through publication in a local newspaper, mailed notice, and signs posted on the property. And we do have the sign posting log and mailing affidavit.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will open public comment on this item. So we have several signed up, so thank you all. I will just call you in order. As before, please, your name and address. You have 3 minutes, and if someone before you makes your same points, I'm not trying to cut anyone off. We do have a lot signed up, though, so just as a heads up, this council does accept ditto. We treat it the exact same. So if you want to say ditto plus this or just ditto in general, we do accept that, and so thank you. So with that, I will call up Jay Smolin.
Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor, ditto. Well, I'm imploring you all to accept the Planning Commission's result of the applicant's process, because nobody back here mentioned the effect on surrounding neighborhoods. Oh, you need my address, don't you?
Please name and address for the record.
J. Smolin, 6858 Lupine Way in the Forest Springs subdivision. We talked about light industrial to the east, but nobody mentioned that there is multifamily housing to the north and the Forest Springs subdivision to the south. These areas could be negatively affected by what the applicant is trying to do, because we have a crushed rock surface that could harbor eventually some of the chemicals that leach from the ground that we don't know that exist there, even though Terracon did do a survey of that. Plus, some of the material that leaks out from RVs, for example, all kinds of the fluids, oil, gasoline, all of that could affect the neighborhoods to the north and the south. And that is a big reason we do not want to see this kind of development on this property.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we have Rich Bowling.
Good evening. I'm Rich Bowling. I live at 14991 West 70th Avenue in Westwoods Mesa. First, there's no reason for the City Council to amend the comp plan for a single parcel just to facilitate a property owner's still incomplete land use proposal. The Planning Commission voted 6-1 denying the request, and they had some very good reasons that were very appropriate. I'm going to make some comments. I'm going to start by addressing the approval criteria number 1. Given the unique challenges of this site, it is doubtful that this site could ever safely be developed either for residential or industrial uses without full remediation for both engineering and environmental reasons. And to date, it appears that the landowner has been unwilling to spend the money needed to properly assess, engineer, and develop the site. The applicant's presentation tonight clearly illustrates what the challenges are. The Planning Commission asked how much material could they potentially be moved, and this is the first time they presented numbers. One that particularly sticks out is they're estimating that waste could be 20% in asbestos. The methane, they didn't address how they're going to address that. You have to address that whether it's industrial or residential. Landfill, there's other things in there, toluene, benzene, lead. This is not a capped project. They haven't told or divulged the engineering far enough to say whether things are going to come out of it. We don't know the surface type. They've said recycled asphalt, they said gravel, they've said asphalt paving, they said concrete paving. We don't know what that is. Until you know that, how can you determine that what they're proposing is going to work? Yes, it's going to be costly remediation. The remediation applies even if you have a graded gravel parking lot. The site has to support an 85,000-pound fire truck. That's going to mean removing a lot of the landfill material that won't support anything like that. There's going to be a lot of engineered fill that has to go back into this thing. So just to say that this site can be developed as an industrial site is not saying anything until you know what they're planning to build. And we don't know what they're planning to build. It's not a simple grade and go, and the geotechnical applies to whether it's industrial or mixed-use residential. I think you should vote this down. There's no reason to pass it at this point.
Thank you. Next, we have Alicia Svaldi.
Hello, I'm Alicia Svaldi. I reside at 7261 Poppy Way. It's an unincorporated Jeffco, but I own the building that is right there on 68th and Joyce. I am light industrial, and we've been there since I bought the building in 1999. The rest of the community has been there since the mid-1970s. Light industrial is the way to go because if you go around and you drive West Arvada, and I live in that community, there are signs all over that says, don't build this, don't build that. We don't want the semis, we don't want the semis. But 68th has semis on it all the time, coming to me 5 days a week. We're open 7 days a week, and we have our trucks going in and out. To try to incorporate residential into that area, it doesn't balance. You know, we have the semis already coming down. We have our trucks going out for delivery, and we have defense work. I'm a defense manufacturer, and we don't want little kids in that area, right? I mean, and they've already developed the residential all around it, but the light industrial still exists. We were there, and we've been there, and when you look around the community, it's what we still want, and that's why the RVs is a perfect match for us. If you are, it's our road, right? I mean, we are at one end, the car wash manufacturers at the other ends, and the buses. There's no residential on 68th. So if you have cars coming up and down that road, carrying RVs or RV vehicles, it's not going to bother anybody. It's not going to bother us. RVs don't go on a daily basis, but they go on that road, and it matches what's already going on that road already. I'm just going to look at my notes real quick. When we moved into the neighborhood in 1999, the only thing that affected us was the one flood many years ago, right? It affected everybody in Arvada. And the only thing that would concern me is the fact that that land absorbed a lot of the water. But if you look at the prints now of what they're coming up with, and they are going to still have all of the greenery around it and the green space, I guess you call it, in there, it would alleviate it. The water never came up by either ones of our properties or my neighbor's properties. So I don't think that really comes into consideration. But the semis that come down there, they're not going to stop. You know, and nobody wants them. Nobody in Western Arvada wants to see a semi. I mean, there's signs all over the place. And that's why I think the RV is a perfect match for the people that have been there since the mid-1970s. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rick Sims.
Well, thank you. Good evening. My name is Rick Sims, and I live at 6849 Lupine Way in Forest Springs, and I represent the Friends of Ralston Creek neighborhood. On September 17th, 2004, the Arvada Planning Commission, made up of our fellow citizens and residents of Arvada, made the correct decision. The comprehensive plan should not be amended. The current classification of mixed-use residential is correct. I was at the meeting where the Arvada Planning Commission convincingly voted against the amendment 6-1. I was very impressed with their thoughtful comments based on their visitation of the site and review of material provided. According to the Planning Commission's amendment approval criteria, there were two major concerns the proposed amendment did not meet. The first is compatibility, which requires the proposed amendment to be compatible with the surrounding area and the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. The second criteria is public welfare, which requires the proposed amendment to promote the public welfare and to be consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. The majority of the Planning Commission agree that these critical criteria were not met and agree the comprehensive plan of mixed-use residential is correct. Mixed-use residential emphasis is consistent with this area. This is the zoning for properties to the north, south, and west, including Geo's and Forest Springs neighborhood, and most importantly, it is consistent with Ralston Creek and the Ralston Creek Trail. The only industrial zoning is to the east. We agree there should be a change in the zoning to mixed-use residential rather than changing the comprehensive plan. The zoning of this parcel is appropriate due to the adjacent and surrounding issues. There is no reason to amend the comprehensive plan for a single parcel just to facilitate a property owner's land use proposal. Furthermore, this property was purchased in 2012, 7 years after the comprehensive plan was adopted in 2005. Certainly the developer knew the comprehensive plan provided for mixed-use residential and not industrial. As we move to the east on Ralston Creek, we do not want an RV storage lot with 350 RVs, gasoline, antifreeze, propane, human waste, oil leaks, fire dangers, and flooding sitting on top of a landfill with admitted issues including methane leakage and ground stability. Possible vagrancies, possible crime, not only next to the creek and trail, but to the Colorado Tap House, another jewel in the crown. This is not in the interest of compatibility and public welfare. Recently, the Jeffco Planning Department reviewed a zoning expansion request by Getty Storage off Indiana near Candelas. It was denied with the chairperson stating, and I quote, "When I look at the Candelas neighborhood, I can't see the compatibility. A compatible zip code maybe, but RV storage doesn't meet the expectations of the county or the city of Arvada.
Sir, quickly, your time has expired, so
You
I'll
know,
give you...
I have a question, though, because it says on the agenda that we have 5 minutes, and
Yes, so quickly, that is a separate agenda item. That is not underneath, the 5-minute limit is not underneath this hearing. That is the second public comment that comes after we've closed all the hearings for the evenings.
Okay.
So public comment for hearings is 3 minutes. So apologies, folks, I will...
it's very confusing. And you know, the developer gets all this time, and we're only allowed 3 minutes. So,
I understand. These are the rules. I apologize. However, there is a trick. If you have remainder of comments and someone else is not speaking, they can come up at the end and then they can read the remainder of the comments. For those who may have written longer comments, I would also recommend you can speak quite quickly, or you can do that same trick as well.
okay. Well,
So-
I'd just like to wrap up.
Yeah, a few more seconds I'll allow.
Okay. Current and future generations all will be living next to this property and will be dealing with our many concerns after it is sold by the developer. We urge the City Council to look at what serves your constituents, your neighbors, taxpayers, and those who enjoy Ralston Creek and the trail. Please consider the public interest of the entire Northwest Arvada neighborhood, as your Planning Commission did. Please protect this area of Arvada and confirm your Planning Commission's decision to not amend the comprehensive plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, Sharon McCarthy.
Diddled what he said.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sharon McCarthy. I live at 6688 Kendrick, 80007. I am a resident of Forest Springs, and I'm here tonight with my neighbors. To save some time, those who share my views but don't wish to speak are standing in the audience tonight. Their presence and their silence speaks volumes. On the west side of town, there are 2 RV storage lots located in unincorporated Jeffco. On the east side of town, there are 3 RV storage lots, all zoned IG and clearly located in industrial and not residential areas. This is important because the Land Development Code treats the defined area differently. 30 years ago, Forest Springs and Geos were open spaces, where now they are homes. Prior to residential development, the landfill fit in with the area zoned IG and IL. Fast forward to the present community development. Times have changed, and we question approval criteria in the staff report. Number 2 states it's compatible with surrounding area. On page 1 of the staff report, please note the property is triangular shaped. On the overhead, the red line indicates that only the east side of this property faces IG and IL areas. The green line demonstrates that areas to the northwest and south are all residential, with some small businesses such as the Colorado Tap House. Our fundamental concern is how an RV lot impacts the environment and all the neighborhood residents and trail users. Number 7 states, promote the public welfare and be consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. The proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan does not support section 1-1-1-2 because it does not promote public health and general welfare. It definitely does not provide protection from hazards, and it definitely does not protect the quality and character of stable residential neighborhoods. An amendment to the comprehensive plan questions why the land remains undeveloped, like an island in a sea of development. An amendment to the comprehensive plan questions environmental concerns about the land so close to the creek and the canal, as well as unknown and unstable contents of the subsurface. An amendment to the comprehensive plan supports the general welfare of neighbors, but fails to recognize the general welfare of local wildlife and vegetation. Since the original application in December of 2021, I agonized along with my neighbors about the proposed development, but we understood that we had work to do. We researched and shared data about unregulated landfills, federal and state regulations, and examples of land development. I join my neighbors tonight in supporting the Planning Commissioner's recommendation not to amend the comprehensive plan. Commissioners walked the Ralston Creek area, questioned evaluation criteria, and expressed concern about the environmental integrity of the landfill area.
Ma'am.
I join my neighbors tonight in understanding the task before the council.
Ma'am,
and
your
we-
time is expired,
Okay.
please.
We stand before you tonight in unity because it's the right thing to do, for the right reason, at the right time. We thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, next we have Victoria Baker.
So I have to start with an apology. I let the process kind of get away from me, so all of my comments are about the proposal rather than the amendment of the things that I gave you, but I'll speak to the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Victoria Baker at 15047 West 68th Place in the Geos neighborhood. I want you today to consider how a change in the land use might affect the Ralston Creek Trail. Given its abutment to the creek, any proposal or any changes must show that it will not harm the creek area. By that, you've got to look at water, noise, and light. The voluntary cleanup plan addresses only the human health when it addressed the water. For example, they didn't say anything about the pH of the river, the creek, and that affects the health of the animals and plants around it. So that has to be taken into account. And I haven't seen anything in the proposal, and I don't know how that would be protected in an amendment. Light and pollution also hurt the trail. There was a trail area described in an ecological assessment in 21, which pointed out that the park hosts many plant and bird species, and it scored well compared to other riparian areas in Denver in terms of its ecological integrity. We don't want to lose that. It also underscored the importance of maintaining a buffer and minimizing light, nighttime light, and human noise. It's really shocking how much of an effect those things have on wildlife. It affects mammals, birds, fishes, insects, even worms. And they affect all their activities. Feeding, migration, reproduction, hunting can all be affected by light and noise. So whatever you end up doing with the amendment, it needs to protect that land right there. It's also good for human health. There are some compelling studies that on a variety of human health issues, stroke, low birth weight for babies, heart disease, stress levels, cognitive health, all of these are improved outcomes for people who live near a green space. So if you change the land use, you must bake in protection for the Ralston Creek Trail area. As an example, the Norris design was very nice to answer some of my questions, but what they said, some of them, the questions they answered quite specifically and to my satisfaction, but other times they said, well, you know, the Colorado Department of Parks and Wildlife sent out these recommendations, but they are not supported by the rule of law. Well, private concerns by law may not damage public property. So maybe the CPW recommendations are not requirements, but it is a requirement not to destroy that area. So I consider them requirements. So I'm asking you, with any development on this land or any change in the amendment, that you take into account the requirements of the CPW, and this means results, not plans. So for example, the Norris plan is very clear on what they're going to do with lights. When I look at that, I can't tell whether that means light is going to reach the trail or not. So it needs to be results, not, okay, this kind of system is okay, but you can't hurt the creek. If you change the land use amendment, this concern should be addressed in it.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Brian Glover.
I'm Brian Glover, 15515 West 67th Avenue in Arvada and Forest Springs. I actually wasn't planning on speaking tonight. I am in support of not changing the comprehensive plan, and I'm frankly not prepared to address the council because I didn't know I was speaking. So I guess I will just say that I recommend that the comprehensive plan not be changed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mike Rowlick.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for letting me speak, even though I'm from Jeffco. But I'm here with Ralston Valley Coalition, not speaking for them, but you know, I work with them closely. So 18735 West 59th Drive, Golden, Colorado, 80403. When I was reading your comprehensive master plan, talks about different elements for plan amendments. Plan amendments should promote public welfare and be consistent with goals and policies. They talk about a detention pond right on the north corner. That's going to leak out water into a 303D impaired water that's listed on the Colorado State Water Quality Board. This is a brownfield, I imagine. Detention ponds leaking. We've been dealing with this in other places. You can't have a pathway off a brownfield. So think about that. You got a porous surface and you got a lower area. So there is, as the people were talking about, potential for things to reactivate, get into the detention pond, and get off a brownfield. That does not promote general welfare. Policy CC 1.3, incompatible infill. The city will encourage new infill development to consider and be sensitive to the character of existing neighborhoods. Obviously, on 3 borders, we have residential. So that would be interesting. New ED 1.1, new commercial and employment development. This proposal creates few jobs and not much development of economic needs there. Goal L-5, designate and promote redevelopment and infill to generate economic revitalization, improve physical conditions, and provide the adequate mix of quality housing. Obviously, we know housing we talked about, but generate economic revitalization. I don't know how a RV storage park does that. An RV storage park literally asks you to spend your money somewhere else. You take your RV and you go to another county or another state. Real revitalization would be using this land for something that everyone here could agree with and go spend their money at. Consider what's going on with the Colorado Tap House. I see people from my neighborhood go take the trail all the way over there to spend money from Golden area. We're seeing new plans where the Amazon was supposed to be, with a bridge across the trail, bridge across the creek possibility to, again, encourage people to come spend money inside the area. If this land was properly mitigated, excavated, and revitalized, it could support mixed use and light retail that could enhance the trail economy trend. I've been on Riverwalk. I've seen trails right along the river that really do great things for economies. And they keep people walking, and it helps with road congestion as well. And also could provide a multitude of various jobs, right? When you think about what's coming as automation, you had to think about various types of mixed use, even if it's mixed commercial use that can fit with compatibility, fit with CPW, and fit with the other recommendations. When you're talking an RV storage lot, 1 to 2 jobs, someone's going to watch the property. It doesn't really do a lot of economic vitalization. And I want to mention this too. We talk about shifting of soils and what have you. CRS 3123-225, major activity notice. Not sure if Colorado Geologic Society got a notice about a major project here. So maybe that would be a thing to look at with shifting soils.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Elaine Fitzgerald.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Elaine Fitzgerald. I live at 6762 Kilmer Court, directly south of this property. I want to address and share with you some excerpts from the 2016 Parks, Trails, and Open Space Master Plan, which was adopted by the Arvada City Council in April of 2016. Quote, changes in community demographics and development trends necessitate a fresh look into values, recreation needs, and current recreation trends that resonate for Arvada. The primary goal of this master plan update is to ensure the city's parks, trails, and open space meet the needs of a growing community and encourage outdoor recreation and wellness for Arvada residents. Opportunities for nature-oriented outdoor recreation and wildlife habitat preservation are key in these areas. Emphasis, however, must be placed on achieving a balance between resource protection and public use. In July 2015, as part of the Park System Master Plan process, the city met with key stakeholder groups and invited public input online and in person. 4 themes emerged from this phase: community, parks, wellness, and nature. How does the redevelopment of a closed, unregulated landfill, dump by definition, meld with these 4 themes supporting the Ralston Creek Trail, an RV storage yard adjacent to Ralston Creek, can create several potential challenges to the park master plan to protect community parks, wellness, and nature. As mentioned, and I'll ditto, environmental concerns, water pollution, runoff, soil erosion, light and noise pollution, noise from traffic, light pollution, aesthetic and property value import. I was told by a realtor that my property value, because I'm directly south, I look straight at it, is going to drop 3 to 10%, which I don't think is very fair. Regarding the woman who spoke about her business when she started in 1999, I moved in 1998. The property of Forest Springs was there, I believe, starting in 1996. We have first dibs. I'm concerned about security concerns. I'm concerned about vandalism, thieves, graffiti. I don't want to look out my living room window and see graffiti all over the fences. Security measures. I have a hot tub in my backyard. What's going to happen there in the middle of the night? There's just so much. I feel sorry that this whoever he is bought this land for taxes and made a bad investment.
Ma'am?
I would like to hear him do the right thing, donate it to the city of Arvada, and make it a beautiful open space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Folks, you heard me earlier. Please, no reaction for or against any public comment. All right, next we have Ed Uvak.
Good evening. My name is Ed Yevek, 7039 Torrey Street, Arvada, Colorado. I've been a commercial insurance agent for the last few decades, and once upon a time in the insurance industry, the mantra was there is no such thing as a bad risk, just a bad premium. Well, given what Mother Nature's been doing to the universe, the globe, that's been inverted recently. And now insurance companies are risk adverse. Doesn't matter what the premium is, they just don't want the risk. Unfortunately, a lot of major companies are laying off employees and just reducing their model. So given what we've heard about the risk associated with this piece of property, it's just not an insurable piece of property that any company wouldn't do it for any price right now. But what my fear is, and while I'm here, the reason I'm here tonight is because I know how the industry works. Things slip through the cracks, it gets insured, everything seems okay till an issue arises. And if an issue arises, I can already predict finger pointing, litigation, blame, who did what, who didn't say what. And that doesn't behoove the residents or the city. So I think it's a very preventable thing. And I think to follow what the commission said would, reinforce that, and we wouldn't have to take this risk. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Suzanne Grandchamp.
Thank you, Mayor Simpson and members of the council. My name is Suzanne Grandchamp. I reside at 15015 West 68th Place. I'm literally about 500 to 1,000 feet just north of the proposed development, and I would be directly affected by it. I was an attorney in private practice for over 25 years prior to my retirement, and my understanding of the only issue that is before the council this evening is whether to ratify or adopt the Planning Commission's 6-to-1 recommendation not to change the comprehensive master plan. I don't think there's been anything that's been presented this evening by the developer that was new or not considered by the Planning Commission. Arguably, the Planning Commission, and process is real important to me as an attorney, but arguably the Planning Commission was in the best position to consider all of the evidence, and the process was lengthy and thorough. I remember receiving notices probably 6 months ago. I know that the staff had questions for the developer that came out, I believe, on April 8th. There have been several hearings culminating in the Planning Commission's recommendation on September 17th, 2024. So given all that, I just think the Planning Commission's in the best position. That's why they're the advisory arm of the City Council. And their 6-1 vote was pretty decisive. You know, it wasn't close. I think it reflects their concern about changing the comprehensive master plan, and I ask that recommendation not to change the comprehensive master plan be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deborah Gander.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Deborah Gander, and I reside at 15025 West 68th Place in Arvada. Dear Arvada City Council members, item 2 of the approval criteria asks whether the proposed amendment is compatible with the surrounding area and aligns with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. In their application, the RV storage facility developer claims compatibility with the surrounding area by extending the industrial zoning from the east. However, this proposal is not compatible with the zoning and neighborhoods that comprise most of the site boundaries to the north, south, and west. Additionally, the slender profile of Ralston Creek and Crow Canal wetlands does not provide a natural buffer for these neighborhoods. Simply put, an RV storage facility is not a suitable fit for the surrounding area. I'm going to put a few diagrams here. Interestingly, the Mile High Flood District and City of Arvada are investing $1.5 million just west of this site to enlarge the creek path, replace the 40-foot bridge with a 100-foot bridge, and create an educational area with creekside seating. As you can see on the top diagram, it is this area is denoted by the red circle, and the lower picture gives us a bird's eye view of what that will look like when it is completed. So my question is, why proceed with these improvements only to allow 355 RVs to park next to Ralston Creek, just a few yards downstream? At Majestic View Nature Center in the heart of Arvada, a sign titled "Our Wetland" reads the following: Colorado wetlands are home. Wetlands such as marshes and riparian corridors provide a home to a variety of wildlife, and this is my favorite part, are memorable landscapes that impact communities emotionally, physically, and financially. Everyone in the community is impacted by wetlands, including those who never visit one. So it is up to us, everyone in our community, to help protect and preserve our wetland habitats. In closing, I respectfully urge the members of the Arvada City Council to support the Planning Commission's vote and reject the comprehensive plan amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Matthews.
Good evening. I'm Eric Matthews, and I live in Arvada at 15025 West 68th Place. My home is very close to the site and would be directly affected by a fire or environmental disaster involving the proposed RV storage. Item 6 of the approval criteria asks whether strict adherence to the existing comprehensive plan would result in a situation that's neither intended nor in keeping with the key elements and policies of the plan. The developer argues that strict adherence to the current comprehensive plan would render the land unusable, citing its former use as a landfill and resulting environmental concerns regarding residential land use. The developer was aware of these issues when purchasing the legacy landfill in 2012 for $85,000 in back taxes. To ensure the site is safe for residential use, mixed use, a significant portion of the landfill materials must be removed, similar to what is required for most industrial uses and construction. The geotechnical reports clearly recommend higher cost remediation as the preferred option for all types of developments. Nonetheless, they acknowledge that lower cost alternatives can be considered if the owner is willing to accept the higher risk of failure and ongoing maintenance, which could create new environmental problems. The applicant supposedly accepts the higher risk associated with minimal environmental remediation. But what does that really mean? In an environmental disaster, if that were to occur, impacting nearby neighborhoods and those downstream from along Ralston Creek, the cleanup cost would likely fall to the community. The LLC, and that stands for Limited Liability Company, would almost certainly file for bankruptcy, evading substantial financial liabilities if there was an environmental disaster. This represents a risk-benefit ratio that is very favorable to the applicant, but is detrimental to the city of Arvada, especially considering the relatively small investment required to develop an RV storage site. Item 7 of the approval criteria asks whether the proposed plan amendment will promote public welfare and is consistent with the goals and policies of the plan. It is unclear what public improvements will result from this plan amendment. Most site improvements are proposed for the privately held portion of property and there are no apparent upgrades in the area's transportation system or other utility services. Currently, the site is covered by grass and scattered shrubs supporting wildlife along the Ralston Creek. There is very little thought given to how this impacts on the surrounding neighborhoods. To us, to me at least, it seems like a 355-space gravel-covered parking lot is not an improvement. We could see it as another blight.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So I ask the City Council to accept the proposal from, or the decision or recommendation, I should say, from the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Tony Rollick.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for all the effort you put in on these things. Tony Rollick, 6070 Virgil Street, Arvada. I'm not anywhere near it. I'm over in Fieldstone. But first, I totally agree with the couple of speakers that have preceded me. The application placed a lot of emphasis on obtaining the VCUP. It seems to be implied that the voluntary cleanup approves the site for general industrial development. My understanding of this is that it's narrowly focused on the applicant's proposed project and not for general industrial development. And the VCUP is supported by site investigations and resulting material management plan are only for the proposed project. It doesn't prove that the site is viable for their proposed development or anything else. All right. One other thing that really kind of bothers me with this whole thing, and I'm just going to go away from the notes. The Planning Commission spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, did a lot of research, and 6-to-1 is substantial. The code seems to imply to me, and I'm not a lawyer, that when they do this, it should almost be a final decision. It's not that they approved it and are looking for a ratification. So everything I've heard tonight, everything I see, everything I've learned about code, all kind of screams to me that this has to be, the Planning Commission has to be ratified in their decision, and there should be no change. And I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ted Snow.
Thank you. My name is Jed Snow, J-E-D. Most of my neighbors call me Gordy. I'm a visual learner. Much of the presentation tonight about the disputed area, which is in the shape of a triangle. And much has been said about light industrial to the east, which is only 1/3 of the boundary, about 33%. The other 2/3 is all industrial, is all residential, and the very popular Ralston Creek Trail. I'm also an advocate for dark skies, and I would be disturbed by a lot of lighting that would certainly change our neighborhood. I'm at 6712 Kilmer Court in Forest Springs. I have one other comment. Much has been said about the stability of the ground. The average RV probably weighs about 10,000 pounds. That's what my 28-footer weighed. 350 spaces is 3.5 million pounds. That's moving all the time. And I think the additional weight and movement in that proposed area for RVs would create vibration and eventually may cause additional environmental problems. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Katharina Kula. Katharina? Okay, no worries. She does not have a comment on here. However, if somebody has her number, if they'd like to text her, if she wants to zoom in, I believe we have a, no? Okay, never mind. Well, we will have her here. She says she is against the issue, so that will be recorded. Johan Kula? Or is also gone? Okay, also against the issue. Okay, thank you. Next, we have Karen Gerbach.
Karen Gerbach, 6872 Juniper Court, representing Friends of Ralston Creek Neighborhoods. What you didn't see in the developer's presentation tonight was anything to do with real understanding of our area. There was no mention of the Ralston Creek Trail as an important conduit linking surrounding areas through biking, walking, horseback riding, and a wildlife corridor. They mentioned there's no sidewalks and heavy truck traffic, but we don't use 68th unless we drive somewhere. We use the Ralston Creek Trail. That's where we bike, that's where we walk, that's how we get around, and that's what's important to us. The Planning Commission is to be applauded in that they understood that the land use decisions are forever, and they run with the land, not with the owner. It's not what the owner wants to do with the land or willing to spend the money to develop the land. This is a use that doesn't fit with the north, the west, and the south. It just doesn't fit. So please look at what best serves the public interest of our area of Arvada when it comes to compatibility. Commissioners walked the property just like you did, and that's important. We've done all we can as neighbors. We've been here many, many times explaining the steps we're taking, and we turn to you to protect our part of Arvada, a vital part of Arvada, for inappropriate development. The developer should be required to fully remediate the land and consider a project that complements the surrounding mixed-use communities. This out-of-state LLC cost them hardly anything to get the land, and they'll try to use a V-Cup, which allows them to walk away. And there's lots of methane there. Things can get tricky. There's an example of Rooney Road in Golden, the soccer fields, 10 years later, not usable. Tonight's decision must consider whether Arvada will ultimately bear responsibility for any harm to residents and environmental cleanup of land, water, and air if this project goes through. Imagine this. With the Remington mixed-use neighborhood coming to the east and the Trail and Creek upgrades to the west, this area has the potential to thrive as a vibrant community hub. It's not a dead zone. The possibility for a future mountain rail stop and the announcement of the new School of Mines Quantum campus to the north further enhance the vision of this part of Arvada.
Ms. Gerbach, your time has expired.
Okay, you have the opportunity to shape this community in a way that aligns with Arvada's future. Thank you.
Rainier Gerbach.
If I may, before I start my public comment, a lot of us, even though you call it confusing with the housekeeping part of the agenda, figured on 5 minutes of public comment. So you're forcing us to, on the fly, make changes to cut 5 minutes down to 3, while giving our dear developer all the time they need. It is unfair and is inequality. So I would ask that we give us the same time allotment you give a developer.
I apologize. I recognize that it's the rules as they are. I must enforce them as they are. I cannot make adjustments on the fly for different hearings. It would create a precedent that I would then have to honor for all hearings moving forward. So I apologize. The rule is 3 minutes.
Just want to get it on the record, so to speak.
I appreciate that.
I'm sorry. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Rainer Gerbach. I reside at 6872 Juniper Court in Arvada. The Planning Commission decisively rejected the city's planning staff recommendation to amend the Comprehensive Development Plan. City Council is now considering overruling the Planning Commission. Why? Appease or give due process to an out-of-date LLC developer seeking to capitalize on a low investment given the historic land use supported by a design team that has repeatedly failed to present a cohesive and coordinated design concept. Tonight, we witnessed another presentation that obscured the reality of this development, utilizing renderings that do not accurately depict the project, while failing to demonstrate a genuine understanding of this part of Arvada. There's a concerning disconnect between this development and the public welfare it purports to promote. Our research indicates that over the past 40 years, 3 separate geotechnical engineers have advised against any development without thorough mitigation measures. The latest engineering report, commissioned by the developer actually, echoes these historical warnings while introducing an untested and poorly defined approach to mitigation. This approach raises substantial concerns as it prioritizes cost savings for the developer over established safety standards and community health. My moniker of this thing, mitigation is too expensive, but we have an approach that is untested, undefined. We really do not know if it will work. There will be unforeseen consequences, but you will save a lot of money. This proposed development is unprecedented and lacks the necessary code and textbook support for guidance and modeling. Arvada risks becoming a testing ground for a concept that has not been adequately validated. Our detailed reports submitted to Mr. Bebo, the senior planner, highlight significant shortcomings and inconsistency in the proposal. It is troubling that these findings have not been reflected in the submittal review comments from city staff. Despite these valid concerns, city staff continues to advocate for this development. The critical question remains, will the applicant responsibly fund the necessary investigation, testing, over-excavation, engineered fill, or will they abandon the project, potentially leaving hazardous conditions in their wake? The VCAP framework offers a develop and exit strategy if cost exceeds expectations, lowering the financial risk to the community. It is imperative to understand why city staff proposes an amendment that was decisively rejected by the planning staff. Given enough time tonight, I would have summarized the prominent concerns brought to the attention of city staff and this council on many occasions. The decision made by the council tonight will shape the future of Arvada. This future should not be dictated by an out-of-state developer unwilling to act responsibly, but rather it should reflect the interests of long-term residents, the preservation of our community's values, and biodiversity. The council was elected on a platform of sustainability, with a mandate to navigate the climate and biodiversity crisis responsibly. This development cannot proceed without transparent solutions addressing stability, environmental impacts, and public health concerns. The potential increases in heat islands, air and water pollution, and biodiversity losses are inconsistent with public effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, and with this, our final speaker this evening is Gina Hallisey. Thank you.
So
thank you.
You can thank me for that.
I do thank you for that. I also know you can speak quickly.
Don't start my time until I start after the intro. Got it? Okay. Because I'm speaking for lots of people, thousands of people. We consolidate it. My name is Gina Hallisey. I reside at 14626 West 68th Place in Arvada. I serve on the Ralston Valley Coalition Board of Directors, and I'm commenting tonight on behalf of thousands of RVC members. Almost done, and then you can start. The Ralston Valley Coalition is a community rights organization committed to protecting the quality of life in the Ralston Valley, as well as protecting natural resources. Did you just cut my mic? Oh. As well as protecting natural resources such as the Ralston Creek Trail. Okay. RVC is opposed to this comp plan change, not because we are opposed to light industry, but because no matter what this site is zoned, this property must be fully remediated prior to any development in order to protect the community. This developer has done the very minimum to get their VCUP, which is not a guarantee the community is protected, and more importantly, it does not resolve what is percolating under the ground. How can any development on this site ignore these environmental factors and all the geotechnical reports? The developer has not explained to the community or the city how their industrial development avoids the costs of remediation. I'd like council to ask city staff the threshold differences in environmental mitigation requirements between light industry and mixed-use residential. I think that would be helpful for the city council to know before making a decision. Criteria 2 speaks to compatibility, but they only refer to the industrial as compatible and fail to mention that 3 sides of this site has residential uses and is also adjacent to both the Ralston Creek and the Croak Canal, which adds another level of concern for the community. Water is life, and contaminants will affect everything in a water system. This developer has not assured the community that their project will not negatively affect the adjacent waterways. It was made mention in the Planning Commission meeting minutes that the Ralston Creek and Croak Canal serve as natural buffers when considering development of this site, and we strongly disagree. The open space should have its own buffer to protect it from development, not be used as a buffer to benefit a developer's plan. Our waterways are already compromised and need to be protected for future generations, and protecting the open space is critical to the well-being of the riparian habitat. The developer's criteria number 7, public welfare response, is weak and not acceptable to the community. What does the consistent monitoring mentioned What does the consistent monitoring mentioned, and what does that even mean? How can the city assure the community will be protected if this site is developed? Who is financially responsible down the road should a cleanup be required, or worse, a community health event occurs from this site's contamination? There are lots of valid community concerns. Approving this creates problems. It doesn't solve problems. There is no reason for the city to bend over backwards to accommodate this developer's request. There is every reason for the city to protect the health and welfare of its citizens and natural resources. In closing, the city has the opportunity to be forward-looking on development in the Ralston Valley, and especially along the Ralston Creek corridor. Mixed use is being proposed just to the east of this site, with similar surrounding industrial uses and residential uses. So the unique problem of this site is not the comp plan or the zoning designations, it's the geotechnical and environmental factors, and the community is not okay with the Band-Aid approach to developing a contaminated site. So we urge you to deny this request.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to speak? Please, Mr. Green. Name and address for the public record.
Good evening, Council. I'm Jordan Green. I live at 5210 Garrison Street in Arvada, and I'm going to propose a different idea tonight. According to the city's website, the 2014 Comprehensive Plan articulates the community's shared values and vision. Goals and policies help guide development and investment decisions that have a direct bearing on the quality of life in Arvada. The plan establishes the city's land use pattern, sets the stage for development regulations and standards, and guides the city in funding programs and capital investment by anticipating future tax revenue. Now, focusing on the financial perspective, this site is roughly 14 acres. To put that into perspective, the Walmart site off 58th is 12.9 acres, Costco is 14.4 acres, Old Town is about 15 acres. Big box stores are generally not net positive for any city tax base, comparing tax revenue to city service expenses such as infrastructure maintenance. Costco might be the exception. However, mixed-use areas are proven to be net positive, bringing in more tax revenue than the city pays to maintain. I would also argue Old Town is more financially productive than Costco, considering tax revenue per acre. I say this because I know most of you city council members are considering a future sales tax increase. Well, land is the city's most valuable resource as it relates to financial resilience and sustainability. Norris Design also understands the benefits of mixed-use development, albeit master plan communities, with some spotlight examples as follows. Midtown in Denver. Midtown is an ASLA award-winning boutique community located in Denver, Colorado, transformed from an urban infill brownfield site to a creative neighborhood just 5 miles from downtown. It stands as one of Denver's most popular communities. Midtown is a modern yet historically traditional, walkable, and sustainable community with a diverse mix of housing and opportunity. Parterre in Thornton. Parterre is a mixed-use master plan community inspired by the belief that everyone deserves a beautiful place to prosper. Now, Norris Design also argues a mixed-use residential site should provide good access to mass transit. Ideally, yes, but it's certainly not a requirement. Mass transit connected to mixed use is a bonus value add. The benefit of mass transit accessing mixed use is for people who live further away, providing them an opportunity to visit without driving. However, this site still being mixed use still benefits the surrounding neighborhoods, with Ralston Creek Trail providing walking and biking opportunities, as proven by the Colorado Top House. A great example of mixed use in Arvada that doesn't have access to mass transit is Village of Five Parks. Returning to development that pays for itself, if comparing entire neighborhoods, Village of Five Parks is probably one of just a few that might qualify, but certainly more financially productive than most. And as undeveloped land becomes more and more scarce, this site will become more and more valuable. If council is serious about improving the tax base, hopefully without increasing any tax, you might consider amending the comprehensive plan's land use instead to true mixed use, making it more desirable to developers for proper remediation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give comment on this hearing item? Ms. Rush, do we have any on Zoom? All right. It is 9:41. It's been just under 2 hours since our last break. So before we launch into council questions and comments, I'm going to call just do you want 5 minutes? Just 5-minute break for everybody, stretch your legs, then we'll come back. Thank you. folks. I'm going to call us back. All right, I'm going to ask for folks to go ahead and take their seats. We're going to call back to order. All right. As we come back to order, I would like to open the opportunity for the applicant to provide any rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will keep this short. There are a couple of points I want to address. One is that there was a hearing before the Planning Commission, and there was a determination made that there would be a second hearing before the City Council, a new hearing. So this is not a review of the Planning Commission's decision. It is a full new hearing of the proceeding, and accordingly, we presented a full new presentation to the City Council. I do want to comment that at the Zoning Commission hearing, zoning commissioners made a point of confirming that with the city staff and made several comments confirming that ultimately their decision was somewhat meaningless because this was coming before the City Council on a new hearing after their proceeding. They also delved very deeply into the development plan for the site as part of their decision making, as opposed to keeping it to the question of whether residential or industrial is an appropriate designation for this property in the comprehensive plan. I want to follow up on a couple of comments that were made about the date of acquisition of the property. It is true that there was a 2012 transaction on the property. That transaction was between affiliated entities. It is true that the property was acquired at one point at a tax sale. That tax sale occurred in the late 1990s. And so current ownership of the property stretches back a long time and predates the 2005 change to the comprehensive plan that named this as a mixed-use residential property instead of an industrial property. I think those were the points I want to hit on. I do want to comment that there were a lot of comments that we've heard that we understand about concerns of the streams, wildlife, and so forth. The development plan takes those into considerations, and the owner has worked hard to incorporate those issues into the development plan. But those really aren't questions for tonight. The question tonight is, does this property, is it appropriately designated as mixed-use residential, or is it appropriately designated as industrial, consistent with the properties to the east, its historic zoning, and the access issues for the property? I do want to make one further comment also on the landfill, which is that if nothing happens at the property, it's still a landfill. If there's development at the property, it's a landfill, but there's people on it, there's people watching it, there's people maintaining facilities consistent with the voluntary cleanup plan. And so it does have an ability to observe what's going on, respond to those things, and there is a stream of revenue off of the property to help pay for dealing with those things. So thank you for your attention, and we'll be available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I will now open it to council questions. Councilmember Pfeiffer.
I have a question for the city team. I know the answer, but I want to make sure you guys maybe have some examples. Are there any current development or residential or communities within Arvada that were built on former landfills?
Yes.
one right in this vicinity, the Forest Springs neighborhood, the northern half of that, or northern portion of that particular site was a former landfill as well. And there's kind of the big buffer mound there that was part of the landfill, but the residences, I think, kind of just to the east of there are also built on part of the former landfill.
Well, and I think, was it Line Ranch as well, was a landfill? I think it was, because we had to mitigate it when we approved it.
I don't know that I can confirm. I know there's the landfill that still exists just to the east there. I would have to look to see if that was.
I think there's several up in the northwestern part of the city that are about the same age as this one. That's the only question I have right now, but I might ask more later.
Mayor Pro Tem, or Councilmember Davis. Nope.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for the comments. The applicant did mention that the fire department doesn't allow single egress neighborhoods, and we learned, unfortunately, during a recent fire that we do have single egress neighborhoods, Leiden Rock being one of them. So that was kind of a non-starter for me. As in some of your slides, you were showing the creek sides of the canal and also Ralston Creek. Those have been sloughing off, and I know that the canal folks deal with those, and that's great. But what I'm thinking about is runoff, and I'm thinking about water quality of the downstream users. That's always a big thing. If we in Arvada mismanage our water, downstream users can sue us for that. And I don't know if the landowner, where that landowner lives, but in Colorado, it's water, railroads, and God. So I want to make sure that we are protecting our water resources. We've heard from residents, we've heard from the Planning Commission. I haven't heard from the canal folks. So I think that's really very interesting. When storms come and runoff occurs, it doesn't care who owns the water, but the water owners and the water users do care. So it's really interesting it would be interesting to me to know what those canal folks are saying. And again, we made thank you, Councilmember Pfeiffer, about building on landfills. They do it all over this nation, whether they are old or new. I used to work for a consulting firm that developed HDPE liners, off-gas monitoring, water quality monitoring for developments that were built on landfills. So using the whole tactic that things can't be built on landfills for mixed use is, I think, is a little suspect. But so those are the things that I wanted to talk about in terms of infrastructure and water quality. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I have a question for the city team. So the zoning for light industrial, and that's the request to change the comp plan to that for this site. Is there a limit on the percentage of land that can be used for outside storage under light industrial?
There's a 35% restriction on the site.
And would RV storage be considered outside storage?
Yes.
So there would be a restriction on how much of the land could be used for this purpose?
That's correct.
Okay. That's my only question this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Biba.
So in addition to that 35% outdoor storage limitation, there's also a setback requirement that's specifically for outdoor storage, and it's a setback that's measured from a nearby RN or residential neighborhood zone district. So the two combined kind of limit the amount of area on the land that can have the outdoor storage. There's buffer requirements and screening requirements and other things that are enforced at the site plan.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions really quick. The applicant had mentioned the dedication of a trail easement there, But, and forgive me if I misheard, he said the city did not want it? Why would that be?
We didn't want, there is no easement that we could find in title work or on a plat or other means over that trail. And so they're willing to dedicate that easement to us. One other option would be to essentially dedicate in fee simple to us that triangular portion where that trail is. And so that creates more maintenance problems for us, et cetera. And so what they're saying is they're willing to keep that as part of their property. The land will be their responsibility to maintain, but we would just retain an easement over the trail. The trail still being our responsibility, though.
Okay, thank you. There was the final commenter, or the second to final commenter, brought up a question about the cleanup requirements for mixed-use residential versus light industrial. That seems a decent question, so I'll go ahead and ask it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complex question, and as not environmental scientists, it's hard to answer. I mean, all land uses have their own environmental impacts, right? I mean, residential, I mean, one thing to think about with residential, especially the high-density residential, are daily vehicle trips per mile, right? So while they may not have an environmental impact like light industrial does, they have their own set of environmental concerns. And in that example anyways, thinking air pollution, right? The average single-family home anyways has, I think it's 10 trips per day. So it's hard to compare it, apples to apples.
Thank you.
Mayor, I think just to clarify as well, CDPHE would be the authority on any kind of VCUP or cleanup that would be necessary for it being part of a former landfill. We don't have the authority here at the city to override a decision by CDPHE. They are the environmental authority, and so when it comes to what would the requirements be for a different development, it would have to go through a similar process that this applicant's already gone through. And here on staff, we can't say exactly what CDPHE would decide, and we also wouldn't overrule any decision that they would make.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just trying to understand the differences. And so, and then in addition with the light industrial, just to clarify, since we are not considering the actual plan development this evening, we have to consider anything and everything that could go into a light industrial zoning if we were to consider this comp plan amendment.
Correct. I think it's fair to consider that RV storage is a possible use under our light industrial. That is the position of staff at this time. But you are correct that the site plan is a much more robust set of criteria that looks at the specific use that is being proposed opposed to a possible use that could fall under light industrial. The site plan process, and we've talked about this at the Planning Commission as well, the site plan is approved administratively, but in this situation, residents would receive a notice of an administrative decision. They'd have opportunity to send in public notice or public comment to the site plan, opposed to tonight where the public comment is to the comp plan amendment. The site plan then would be decided by the director. At that point, City Council would be given the opportunity if they wanted to call it up, and a majority of City Council would be required to vote to call it up, and then it would be a brand new hearing for the site plan with all those criteria, and possibly at the same time, either side could also appeal the director's decision. An appeal would be then you just reviewing what has been decided and what was submitted to the record when the director made their decision. So there's a couple possibilities. And then obviously, after you do make a final decision, there's always the possibility of a 106 action in district court as well. So there are multiple steps and multiple avenues that this case could still go.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Grogg. Another question pertains to some of the public comment we heard this evening. So, and I understand we could not overrule any CDPHE decisions, et cetera. But just to clarify for my own knowledge, because we heard a lot of public testimony this evening, if there were something found in the historical landfill that was a surprise, we've done road work, we found lots of surprises under the ground, the hub, Ralston Road, they all kind of come to mind. If there were surprises down there that were to drastically increase the cost of the cleanup operation, what would then be the process then? And I open this to the applicant or the team.
Well, the planned land use is to involve minimal excavation. So there would be a small building, and that area would have to be excavated. The rest of the property is just going to be graded out with additional cap placed on it. If there were some problem discovered, part of the approval from CDPHE is a materials management plan, which defines how materials will be excavated at the property and how they'll be managed. So an environmental scientist has to be on site during excavation to identify any materials coming out and segregate them, and either send them to disposal at a municipal landfill if they qualify for that, or send them to hazardous waste disposal, or the most likely contaminant that would be found is asbestos-containing materials. And so those would have to be packaged and delivered to an asbestos cell at a municipal landfill.
Thank you. Any other council questions? All right, then I open it for an action or discussion, additional discussion. Councilmember Pfeiffer.
I'll reserve for the motion.
You have the motion.
All right, I move that Resolution 24-117, a resolution by the City Council for the City of Arvada, Colorado, to amend the 2014 Arvada Comprehensive Plan land use designation pertaining to 6800 Kilmer RV storage from mixed use residential emphasis to industrial office be denied. This motion is based on the finding of fact adopted by the Planning Commission.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
I will be voting no on this.
I
mean, voting yes. I'm sorry. Wait, to deny it. Thank you. To be clear, it's 10 o'clock. So I will be voting to deny it. So supporting the motion by Councilmember Pfeiffer, and I appreciate all the testimony tonight and the time that the community is given, as well as the applicant. And I think what it came down to for me was criteria too, with compatibility with the area. While yes, to the east is industrial, but to the, as pointed out by numerous members of the community today, that to the north, to the west, and to the south is residential, or at least not industrial of any type. And so for me, that was a very important factor in why I think it does not meet criteria 2. And so that's the reason why I'll be voting yes in support of denial.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I too appreciate all of the public comment and the presentation by the applicant. It's very detailed, and it's supported positions. I will be voting yes on the denial because I do believe that I want to give the Planning Commission their proper respect. They've done a lot of work on this, and I respect the decision that they made. So I don't want to go against their professional opinion. So that's why I'll be voting yes on this.
Mr. Marriott.
So I'll be voting no on the denial, and here's why. Couple things. We're looking at the comprehensive plan designation only tonight. We're not looking at the site plan or the specific proposal that's here. And I think it's absolutely apparent from the very first slide we saw, which was the aerial photo looking west, that had this in it. In fact, the city's own heavy industrial property borders this property, and the school district is not far behind. In fact, the school district is parking somewhere in the order of 100 buses on property within a 9-iron of this site, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of concern about that. I think a couple of things I heard tonight were things that really aren't germane to the comprehensive plan designation. You know, things like the Ralston Creek Trail, to my knowledge, nothing about this comprehensive plan designation involves the Ralston Creek Trail at all, other than the the one minor issue of potentially granting an easement where one doesn't currently exist. You know, actually, what could happen here is the landowner could say, quit granting access to that piece, and I think that solves a problem. I heard things about incompatibility. Well, this is difficult because if you leave it the way it is, it's clearly incompatible with all the property to the east. The properties to the north and to the south that are residential are considerable distances away with significant buffers between them. Ralston Creek and Crow Canal are buffers. The properties to the east, there are no buffers there. There's very, very small. And so when I look at it, I think the staff report has it right. I think there's an anomaly here between our zoning code and our comprehensive plan. I think this particular plan amendment meets all of the factors that are necessary to have a comprehensive plan amendment. And when I get to the common sense part of it, I think of it if everything were reversed. If this were on the comprehensive plan as light industrial, but the zoning were residential, as opposed to the other way around, and we were asked to change it the other way, would we? And my answer is, yeah, I probably would as well. And I think in this particular case, I don't see anything that is inappropriate about this comprehensive plan amendment, and it certainly meets all of the factors that we require to do this. So I'll be voting no against denial.
Councilmember Pfeiffer, you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, to me, it's about the comprehensive plan, keeping it, you know, either the way it is or how the zone is, and regardless of who's applying for what, because we can sit here all day long and spitball what's going to go in there. You know, right now they have a proposal for an RV storage, but I got to look at it in the lens of, is it light industrial or is it mixed use residential? And the heavy lift, being gone through a couple of comprehensive plan updates and changes, the heavy lift that the community puts forth and the Planning Commission has over the decades, had a vision, and that document is that vision. And I believe that there's intentional zoning or a comprehensive view of this area that was intended. So I'm going to, you know, support obviously my motion, but the point is I could sit here and think about any type of mixed use out there, but just like in RV storage, we get a glimpse of what they want to do, but the comprehensive plan today says this, and we can sit here and guess what that is, and we don't know what that's going to look like. You may not be happy what you get out of that too if it stays. I mean, it could be, you know, bigger properties out there, but at the end of the day, I got to look at the zoning, or not the zoning, the comprehensive plan, and I agree with that. And I want to clarify too, I don't think that it meets criteria 2, and maybe even little 7, but definitely 2 in the fact that it's not compatible. I get the intentions of the egress, ingress, but there is 2/3 of this triangle that is butted up against residential communities, and there's been changes. We've made changes many times to make sure it's compatible because when zoning changes, and maybe when GEOS went in, that changed. That might have been industrial one time, and then it switched to residential. When we start shaping the community, we can't force it in when the community evolved over time. And so right now, I believe it needs to stay with the comprehensive plan, and I'm not persuaded by any justification to adjust the comprehensive plan to match its zoning now. So that's where I am.
Councilmember Ambrose.
Yeah, I will also be voting to deny the amendment based on criteria 2 for compatibility, because I do think that the comprehensive plan has it right, that it's mixed use residential, and that it doesn't work, especially with the shape of the property being so close to the residences, like in this V shape right next to houses. And I also agree that it doesn't meet the criteria for public welfare, number 7, because of the intense recreational use of the area.
Councilmember Frey.
Yes, just if I could say ditto to some of those for compatibility and public welfare.
Thank you. So I have a few thoughts myself on this issue. I will be voting to support Mr. Pfeiffer's motion to deny. And the reason why is under criteria 2, it states very clearly the proposed amendment is compatible with the surrounding area and the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. I can see it being compatible with the properties to the east, but not necessarily those to the north, south, and west. And that feeds very directly into criteria 7 with the public welfare. But I will note to the applicant, you know, I appreciate you coming here. I appreciate the work you've done into this. The expert you have brought for the brownfield discussion was quite compelling. I will say, for me at least, perhaps a little too compelling for your cause. As we traditionally conceive of mixed-use residential, we tend to think of perhaps an apartment building, some mixed use on the lower side with below with commercial development, et cetera, maybe some retail. And I tend to agree with the nature of this site. Such a development likely is not going to be possible. I say likely because I never want to put myself into a corner, because often that's how you get proven wrong. And so with that, though, I tend to agree with you that that is an unlikely use of this land or a large commercial application such as a big box store. However, Mr. Marriott is also correct that we are not considering your site plan this evening. We are considering very specifically the industrial zoning that you are asking us to apply. And a light industrial zoning, yes, it could potentially be RV storage, or it could also potentially be a large warehouse, larger than the Walmart. And so looking at that, you know, we zone these things into perpetuity, and you know, as well as our comp plan, these go into perpetuity. And so as I look at that, perhaps it's this time, but it could be that in the future. And I just don't know if I'm convinced if mixed-use residential, if that is not appropriate, that LI would be appropriate either. And so with that, what I would encourage you to do is to work with our team to go back, look at what creative options could be that could be more compatible, perhaps with the existing comp plan, and then we could revisit this discussion in the future. So I really appreciate you being here this evening. I appreciate the public coming out and sticking with us. And with that, if there are no more comments, I will call the vote. All right. Councilmember Pfeiffer's motion to deny passes 6-1 with Councilmember Marriott be a dissenting vote for denial. Thank you very much. I will close the public hearing of this evening's agenda, and I will open our second public comment to those this evening who saw this on the agenda and got confused. Here is your 5-minute opportunity. All right. Is there anyone in chambers this evening who would like to present at the 5-minute time? All right, seeing none, I will close the public comment and I will open it for reports from City Council. Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you. Just really quick, Mayor, I will be having my coffee chat.
Wait, guys. To the public, respectfully, we are still concluding the meeting.
I will be having my monthly coffee chat on Friday, November 22nd from 2 to 4 at Sweet Bloom Coffee Shop.
Thank you. All right, I see no other lights, so I will turn it over to reports from the city manager. Ms. Haley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, City Council. We do have a workshop on the 11th. 2 workshop items, one on pavement management and the other one on the Human Services Grant Program. Thank you.
Excellent. Pavement management and Human Services Grant Program. Exciting stuff coming on the 11th. Ms. Morris.
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
All right, with that, we stand adjourned.